Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Reports from committees.
Senator the Honorable Reginald Armour, SC.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mr. President. I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name, the report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate, appointed to consider and report on the miscellaneous provisions, trial by Judge Alone Bill 2023, 4th Session, 2023-2024, 12th Parliament.
Senator the Honorable Bisramsingh Suklal.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in the name of Senator Sunity Maharaj, the 11th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on the follow-up inquiry into the recommendations contained in the 9th report of the committee presented in the 11th Parliament on an inquiry into certain aspects of the operations of the Chaguaramas Development Authority, 3rd Session, 2022 to 2023, 12th Parliament.
Motions related to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, having regard to the report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate, appointed to consider and report on the miscellaneous provisions trialed by Judge Alone Bill 2023 in the 4th Session 2023-2024 12th Parliament. I beg to move in accordance with Standing Order 77.3 that the proceedings on the miscellaneous provisions trialed by Judge Alone Bill 2023 be resumed in the next session at the adoption of the report stage.
Honorable Senators, the question is that in accordance with Standing Order 77.3, the proceedings and the miscellaneous provisions trialed by Judge Alone, Bill 2023, be resumed in the next session at the adoption of the report stage. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Honorable members, the debate on the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, July the 2nd, 2024, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by Encouraging and Facilitating Disclosures of Improper Conduct in the Public and Private Sector, to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith. The list of those who spoke is as follows. Senator the Honorable Reginald Armour SC, mover, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. Senator Wade Mark, Senator Anthony Vera SC, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Senator Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, Senator Hazel Thompson IE, Senator Lawrence Hislop, and Senator Dr. Maria Dillon-Remy. Honorable Senators, as indicated, there were 8 speakers on this motion. Senator Dr. Remy utilized 6 minutes of her speaking time and therefore has 34 minutes remaining. Senator Dr. Dillon-Maria Remy.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to continue in this very important debate. As I was reflecting this morning on yesterday's debate, and actually for both bills yesterday, Whistleblower and the one that had to deal with the polygraph, we talked quite a lot about corruption. I mean, it was the center of our discussion. Everybody talked about corruption and how corrupt Trinidad and Tobago is, and what we are seeking as parliamentarians to do about it. Mr. President, I got a meme yesterday, actually on a WhatsApp message yesterday from Trini, who's living abroad. And the WhatsApp message says, "Beryl didn't make it. Too much crime. They even thiefing win in Trinidad and Tobago." So it's out there. It's a part of what after a Category 4 hurricane almost hit Tobago and Trinidad, we laugh and we say that the Category 4 wind couldn't come to Trinidad because it was too much thieving in Trinidad and Tobago. And I reflected on it because it is the kind of perception in terms of corruption that is in our lovely Twin Island Republic that I understand we, as legislators here, are seeking to turn that around. And therefore, my understanding is that this bill, according to the Attorney General and all the lawyers talk about, has a legitimate purpose. The legislature has historically given recognition to the need to protect whistleblowers and have drafted provisions into other acts to serve the purpose of dealing with whistleblowing. Section 40 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act No. 1 of 25 contains some built-in protection for whistleblowers. There's also a provision in Section 99 of the Data Protection Act, Chapter 2204, which provides protection for whistleblowers. I think the Attorney General would have mentioned that in his presentation. But now the legislature has taken a bold step to craft an entire bill dedicated towards whistleblower protection. Under this bill, disclosure will be protected if true, made in good faith, discloses improper conduct, and is not made for personal gain. Further, there is an obligation for secrecy and confidentiality when treating with disclosure pursuant to Clause 23. So, as I said before, but I'd just like to, as I'm starting my presentation, or continuing my presentation from yesterday, just mention a couple articles. In the Express newspaper of January 21st, 2021, the Express is quoting our Honorable Independent Senator here, Senator Hazel Thompson Ahi. She's quoted as saying, and the article says, TNT a corrupt society. It was published on January the 1st, 2021. And the quote is, Trinidad and Tobago is a corrupt society where people believe that they can bribe public officials to get whatever they want. Another article, February 19, 2022, in the Trinidad and Tobago Express again, titled Corruption Capital. Express newspaper, Corruption Capital, Rafiq Shah lamented, and I quote, I'm convinced that Trinidad and Tobago is the most corrupt country in the world. There is hardly a person who has not witnessed with my own eyes, as Trinis would say, or otherwise gained knowledge of at least one act of corruption in his lifetime, and likelier several such illegal transactions. He or she will have said nothing about it by way of reporting the illegal act to anyone with the authority to act on it. So, Mr. President, we have accepted that it is a problem, and the illegal activities, many times, people don't report because they shy away from reporting because they fear retaliation. And the Trinidad and Tobago Transparency Institute was quoted before, but I don't think anybody quoted this particular article from The Guardian titled Whistleblower Law Key to Fighting Corruption, published on June the 26th, 2024. And I quote, as a small island state, the fear of detrimental action for exposing corrupt practices has been forwarded by witnesses and victims as a reason for remaining silent. The Whistleblower Protection Bill starts us on a new path to combat corruption. Through this known and tried path, as it affords protections for whistleblower, balanced with the need for the presentation of truthful positions, we fully expect this to evolve in an eventual operationalization. And last night, when I mentioned to the government, the Attorney General, that I really do hope that is not a legislation that's being put on the books to tick to say we've done it, that it should be operationalized. It's the only way we're going to get things changing. So I'm therefore thankful to see that a bill which grants immunity from criminal, civil, and disciplinary proceedings, while at the same time protecting whistleblowers from being harassed, intimidated, or victimized, or suffering injury, loss, or damage in relation to his or her employment, family life, career, profession, trade, or business. The bill aims to combat corruption and other wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector. The bill also seeks to protect persons making disclosures from detrimental action and regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct. It goes further to list the types of improper conduct that may be disclosed if it has occurred, is occurring, or likely to occur. I know that there was some discussion on how can a person talk about something that is likely to occur, but just in case, people can be put on the alert that something may be happening, and they can look for it. So, I mentioned last night, but I'll do it again here, the Corruption Perception Index, and I think the AG also mentioned it, is the most widely used global corruption ranking in the world. It measures how corrupt each country's public sector is perceived to be according to experts and business people. The worst possible score is 0, where a score of 100 indicates that no corruption is perceived in the respective country. This index is a composite indicator that includes data on perception of corruption in areas such as bribery of public officials, kickbacks in public procurement, embezzlement of state funds, and effectiveness of government's anti-corruption efforts. And since 2017, the score has remained above 40, an improvement in comparison to previous years. And in 2023, the results of the Corruption Perception Index shows that corruption is still thriving in Trinidad and Tobago despite an increase in the score to 42. 42 out of 100. I don't think any of us in this chamber would be happy about that. You wouldn't want your child coming home with a report that says, Daddy, Mommy, my percent is 42%. In other words, I have failed. We are failing, and this is why I said last night, I really do think that each one of us here would like to see this change from where it is right now. And I'm repeating it. I am convinced, Mr. President, that each of us in this chamber wants to see this change because we don't want to see where Trinidad and Tobago lies in this 76th out of 180 countries. So, as I said, I understand there's a legitimate reason for the bill. And the bill, I will just quote an article from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a presentation by Leah Ambler of the OECD Anti-Corruption Division titled Whistleblower Protection, Legislation and Mechanisms. It was published on all the websites for the OECD, and it lists, that article lists, it lists benefits of whistleblowing legislation which far outweigh any challenges. So I know we have spoken about the challenges, and I would speak about some of them again, because I think it's important to know what we are dealing with and to try to make sure that whatever is done, we put the things in place to deal with them. So she talked about the benefits, and that included some of the benefits include encourages reporting of misconduct, fraud, and corruption, decreases corruption risks, increases detection of corruption, creates a more accountable workplace, and helps authorities monitor compliance with anti-corruption laws. And then she also talked about some of the challenges but she also mentioned some solutions to possible solutions for the challenges. One of them she mentions was insufficient knowledge of law, which can be overcome by providing education. In other words, a person not being familiar enough with the law, what the law says, to know what to do, and therefore wouldn't do it. But that could be, as she points out, by providing appropriate education for the public, that may be overcome. Fear of reprisals, which can be overcome by raising awareness of the rules and procedures. And I'll come back to that, because I know quite a lot was said about that in terms of reprisals. Another one, cultural, historical barriers that can be overcome by creating an organization culture of transparency which supports whistleblowing, and I'll talk about that a little later. So we do have the barriers. Another barrier was confidentiality, loyalty provisions, and she suggested that it can be overcome by ensuring effective protection is provided. We talked about that. The person who blows the whistle, how can they be protected? And she talked about ensuring effective production being provided. And another one was lack of meaningful implementation of the law, which can be overcome by not just passage of the legislation in this area, but also enforcement. And again, we talked about that, about implementation and how that would be done. A lot of said about that, the regulations, etc., as to how that will be done. So there are challenges to the bill, but according to this article, and I do agree with her, there are more benefits, and the benefits outweigh those challenges. So this bill, 2022, contains 4 parts. Part 1 takes care of the preliminary matters. Part 2 relates to disclosure of improper conduct. Part 3 provides protection for whistleblowers. Part 4 contains miscellaneous provisions to ensure proper protection. The bill seeks to provide protection to whistleblowers in the following instances. Clause 6, says where disclosure of improper conduct within the organization is made by an employee of an organization to a whistleblowing reporting officer within the organization or a whistleblowing reports unit of a designated authority listed in the schedule. So it provides protection there in Clause 6. Clause 6 also provides when an employee has reasonable grounds to believe that improper conduct has occurred, is occurring or is likely to occur in the organization and makes a report. And 3, where conditions of Clause 7 are satisfied. And Clause 7 says, Clause 7.1, a disclosure is a protective disclosure if A, it has been made in accordance with Section 6, and Section 6, right, talks about protected disclosures, and A is made according with Section 6. B is made in good faith. C, at the time of making the disclosure, the whistleblower reasonably believes, based on the information he has at that time, that 1, the information disclosed and any allegation contained in it are substantially true, and 2, the information disclosed tends to show that his or her employer or a person acting in the employer's behalf has engaged, is engaging, or is preparing to engage in improper conduct. D, the disclosure is not made for the purposes of personal gain. E, in the case of an internal disclosure, it is made substantially in accordance with the internal procedures established under Section 11.1. And F, in the case of an external disclosure, the director of a whistleblowing reports unit concludes that a disclosure has been properly made under Section 14.5. So the conditions of Clause 7 are satisfied. Another aim for the law is that if the identity of the person making the anonymous disclosure becomes known, the disclosure shall be deemed as protected disclosure, as if it has not been made anonymously. So it can be made anonymously, is not considered protected then, but one is made, once the identity is known, once the name of the person making the anonymous disclosure is known, the disclosure shall be deemed protected. A disclosure made by a member of parliament would not amount to a breach of privilege, and a provision in a contract of employment would be voidable insofar as it purports to preclude the making of a disclosure. That's Clause 26. Where is disclosure prohibited and not protected? In this context, 1, immunity will not be granted to a whistleblower if he was the perpetrator or an accomplice. That's Clause 7. I think that's fair. 2, the Act does not authorize the disclosure of information protected by legal professional privilege, and the disclosure of such information will not be a protected disclosure if it is made by a person to whom the information has been disclosed in the course of obtaining legal advice, and that's Clause 8. Clause 9, an anonymous disclosure would not be a protective disclosure. We mentioned that already. And the other case of where it's not protected, the disclosure of information is prohibited where it may lead to the identification of a whistleblower and restrict the communication of contents of a disclosure between the whistleblowing reporting unit and other departments within the designated authority. A designated authority, however, will be able to share information about its investigations with its whistleblowing reporting units for the unit to determine whether it has any information relevant to the investigation, and that is Clause 20. Mr. President, 2 concerns I have about the bill. Division 2 of Part 2 of the bill sets out the procedure for making and receiving internal disclosures, whilst Division 3 of Part 2 sets out the same with regards to external disclosures. And these are some of the clauses that deals with those divisions. In other words, you're setting up the units, and you're setting up the people within the units to whom this disclosure will be made. Clause 10 relates to the appointment of the whistleblowing reporting officers. Clause 13 would require designated authority to have a whistleblowing reports unit responsible for receiving and processing disclosures from the whistleblowing reporting officers pertaining to matters that fall within the areas of responsibility of the designated authority. Clause 14 provides for the circumstances under which these external disclosures could be made to a whistleblowing reporting unit. And Clause 15 provides for the referral of protected disclosures by a whistleblowing reports unit to another reporting unit. And Clause 16 provides for annual reports of the activities of the whistleblower reports unit to the Parliament. So we have set out it has the areas that how you protected, where you're not protected, everything is set out there, and you have to make the necessary arrangements now for how these procedures are going. My main concern is what is going to happen in the terms of how the appointment of these officers, the officers who are considered whistleblowing, the units, how those officers are appointed. And we don't know that as yet, because I would imagine that those things are going to come out later. And we know that you can have a law and you put people in positions, but if the people are not the right people, you're not going to get the right outcomes. So how confidential are the people in the unit who are designated whistleblowing officers? Is a concern for me, because as we said already, I think as Senator Hislop talked about he talked about 6 degrees of separation, and you know how close people are. How do we make sure, as we put this in place, and I'm not saying by any means that we should not, but making sure that the people that are chosen in these different departments or in different ministries, etc., are the right people? Concern there. And also making sure that having made the disclosure, the things don't disappear. As we know, files disappear, etc. How will that be? A person brings the thing and protects it and gives it to you, and then it disappears mysteriously. Questions of impartiality have written from time to time, and I know clauses 23, 24, and 25, which impose hefty fines and with penalties of imprisonment for anyone impeding the whistleblower is there, and also anyone who makes who reports inappropriately. You have protected information and you leak that. There are hefty fines for that. However, despite the provisions such as these, as in other pieces of legislation, we know that miscreants have historically found a way to be dishonest, commit fraud, and engage in corrupt practices. Thus, I must ask about the vetting process and criteria for the persons under these divisions. I know Senator, I think Gopi Singh had asked last night about the repercussions for reporting. In other words, if you're reporting, and yes, we are saying the legislation is there, but legislation does not protect a person. It's the people who are making the legislation a reality would protect the people. So in spite of the legislation, we may still have people who are afraid to report. So this is why I am saying my other concern is and I'll talk about now the environment of the organizations which we are seeking to create, where a whistleblower will feel confident enough and safe enough to report and not expect reprisals. And yes, we may be at level 1 now. What we are, 48%, 47%, I don't know, whatever. 48, we are down here now, but at least we must be putting things in place to make sure that we move up the ladder. So, what environment we are seeking to create in the ministries, for instance. And I would like to suggest that important people in the organizations these are the people who are going to make the environment enabling, make the environment conducive to deliver the have the environment so that people could feel safe enough. Because we are talking about people's lives, as Senator Gopi Singh would have mentioned last night, about a person making a disclosure, and the next thing you know, whatever. We know that is the current scenario in which we are on, but we are not going to stay there. And the more of us who reject that as a way of life is the more likely we are to move from index where we are right now to another level. So it was mentioned last night again about culture change. So I'm suggesting that in order to get this enabling environment and get the culture shifting from where it is now to where it should be at some point in time moving up the ladder, that one of the things we really need to do, and I would quote from, I've quoted him several times here, John Maxwell, who talks about high road leaders in each ministry, in each division, in each of the organizations that are going to be the units where you're reporting. It must be led by people who take this thing seriously. In other words, you'll get no change if you are in the division or the department or the whichever business sector or whatever. You have people who really don't see this is not going to be very important for them. So the legislation is going to be there, you have a unit, you have this and that, but it will be just a tick and nothing happens. But if the people are leaders who operate at a high level, how does he describe a high road leader? A high road leader, he says, is one who has good leadership skills and also has good values. He talked about that person, good skills and good values, will seek to serve the people, will seek to lead the people well, will seek to want what is best, not just for the organization, but for the people themselves. And in our case, we are talking about our nation. High road leaders we need in the environment who will take this thing seriously and take it up a notch. As different some, you can have leaders who have good skills, good leadership skills, but poor values. And what do? They manipulate people. That's not the kind of leadership we are talking about. Or people who don't have leadership skills but have good values. They can't lead me anyway. So those are not the kind of leaders because they're not going to get the kinds of change that we wanted to see. And, well, of course, leaders with poor values and poor skills, we don't want them at all around. So what we are saying is that I'm humbly suggesting that as we put something like this in terms of trying to change our environment, we need at the leadership level, because at the leadership level is where the action will take place. It says, if the head is rotten, what happened? If the head is rotten, what happened? The whole thing rotten. Whereas the head is good, the whole thing is good. So I'm suggesting, like in our ministries, where a lot of this will be implemented, leadership, permanent secretary, deputy permanent secretary, heads of divisions, etc. Because these are the people who will be guarding and making sure that the environment is an environment where whistleblowers are feeling comfortable enough. We talk about culture change. These are the people who will be responsible for the culture change. So that's at one level. And I'm also saying that the values and the skills and the values for the leadership. And I am also suggesting that it has to happen in the different divisions at the same time. I must commend Senator Donna Cox, who, well, she told me at some point in time that her ministry, Ministry of Family Service, Social Development and Family Service, was the ministry carded to roll out a values, attitude, and behavior program for the nation. And right now they're running it through in their ministry. Minister Cox, I would hope that this is the kind of thing that will roll out, not just in your ministry, but other ministries, and ultimately, because this is what will make a difference. We will come here and quarrel about which government did this and which government did that, and we won't get anywhere, Mr. President, if the values that we live by don't change. So a tired hearing is all you do it, and is all you do it. All you do more than us. That wouldn't get us anywhere. This whistleblower legislation would not go anywhere with that. So the
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it is at leadership, high road leaders, leaders leading with values and with skills, and then the environment. We have to have it in the business sector. The business sector must know that they can't come by me anymore and get a push money under the table. So they have to have that going on there too. Leaders in the business sector, and more and more and more. I've heard about people who have foregone contracts because they're not prepared to pay a bribe. And it's big money they lose. People must be prepared. And we have to know that isn't this culture we are talking about. So people, if you are moving, if you're trying to have a whistleblower legislation, and in my private sector business, I know that in order to get my thing, I wouldn't want to put it in place. But if they know that when I come here, I'm not getting anything through, so we have to talk about it happening in the business. We also have to educate our children. We have to let our children know that this is the kind of children we want. And I must commend here what has been going on in Tobago within the Tobago House of Assembly. There is a character-based program that has been taught in schools over the last several years. It's a partnership between an NGO called Family Life Tobago and the Division of Education. And these children are taught about the pillars of character. That is an investment into trying to get another set of leaders. And I would put in a plug here, Mr. President, trying to get a new brand of women parliamentarians right now. There are some young ladies being trained as women parliamentarians by the Women's Parliamentary Group of Trinidad and Tobago. And I invite all of you now to the debate that's happening next week, Tuesday, July the 9th, I think. Anyhow, investing in young women in terms of development so that they could have a different category and caliber of leaders coming up. That is the way it will change. It would not change by us just sitting down here and making laws. So, Mr. President, enabling environment conducive to reporting. And I would just say it is my sincere hope. I support the bill because I think it's a round one. I support it, but I'm saying that alone wouldn't do it, and we have to be much more intentional about the other things that we do in terms of shifting culture. I would love to hear the next time a meme comes out about wind from Trinidad and Tobago, what it says, them Trini boy, they're creative, wind energy like that coming from Trinidad. Not that they're teeth in wind, but that they're creating, harnessing the wind. Good energy coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Lezama-Lee Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to make a very brief intervention on this wonderful piece of legislation that we are debating in this House. Good morning to all our colleagues. Mr. President, I wish to start by saying that I am so very pleased to be associated with this piece of legislation, this historic and timely piece of legislation that this government has been trying for years to have passed into law in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have heard from the three benches in this chamber over the past several hours different perspectives about the importance or concerns of this bill, Mr. Vice President. I wish to identify wholly with the presentations of all of the members of the government bench and with the members of the independent bench. I particularly identify with Senators Vera and Senator Dr. Dillon-Remy, especially with the training and the mentorship, particularly for the young women, because I too am part of that WPTT initiative, which we want to encourage all young women to participate in and all our female parliamentarians to be mentors for. Mr. President, sir. Mr. President, this legislation is not, and I wish to assure all senators, this legislation is not merely a tick in the box. Our Prime Minister, even during his time as the opposition leader, has repeatedly called for whistleblower legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. dating back to 2013, Mr. President. President, at almost every opportunity at which he was afforded the chance to speak on criminality in Trinidad and Tobago and on corruption in Trinidad and Tobago, he has called for the inclusion of whistleblower legislation. And here we are, over 10 years later, on the cusp of making it a reality, Mr. President. And I am very pleased that later today, I will cast my vote in support of this piece of legislation. It is yet another clear and precise piece of evidence of the PNM's and this government's commitment to honoring its word to the population of Trinidad and Tobago and keeping its promise to facilitate a better and brighter country for all, Mr. President. I wish to identify strongly with the last presentation of Senator Dr. Maria Dillon-Remy. Throughout the course of the debate, we have heard several speakers talking about the culture of the organization and the need for cultural shifts. Last week, we had the opportunity to have lunch with a guest here, and we were discussing the excellence that is the staff of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And we had discussed that it would be something if being a part of the parliamentary staff was a mandatory course for all of those who would lead in the public sector, simply because of the high level of professionalism and care and high work ethic that happens here in the Parliament, Mr. President. Now, I say all of that to say that Dr. Dillon-Remy concern, I understand it, her concern about the people who you put in certain positions, but I have every confidence, sir, that as we go forward, all of these things will be put in place to ensure that we have the best people available to us, people with high ethical and moral standards, Mr. Vice President. Before I get into my presentation, Mr. President, sir, I apologize. There are certain things that I need to dispel. We have traversed every clause of this piece of legislation. We have had opinions expressed on every single piece, every concern, whether it was protection, whether it was the formation of the reporting authority or the reporting officer, whether it was anonymous disclosure or protected disclosure. We have had discussions on every single clause of this bill, Mr. President. And what I have found is the vaulting rhetoric coming from the opposition in which they are trying to instill fear in the population of Trinidad and Tobago that this is bad law, that this is bad legislation, and I am very concerned about their continued unwillingness to support whistleblower legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, Senator Mark described it as a malicious piece of legislation and disproportional. And I am yet to understand what he means by disproportional. I have compared our legislation with the legislation in Barbados and St. Kitts. And St. Kitts is actually held as a very high standard because it is meant to be excellent law. It is considered to be excellent legislation. And I have found that our law, our proposed law, is actually going to be superior to what is put in the St. Kitts legislation, Mr. President. So I do not know why Senator Mark is continuing this. What is it that the opposition has to hide? What it is that they are afraid of, that they are trying to trigger the national population to reject this? It causes me a great sense of concern, Mr. President. When I look, for instance, at Clause 1, at some of the interpretation, and I see, for instance, detrimental action means any act or omission that results in a person being unfairly subject to disciplinary action or harassed or intimidated or victimized or transferred against his will or unfairly refused transfer or promotion. I cast my mind back to the period between 2010 and 2015. And names like Stacey Rupnarine, Cheryl Miller, Dawn Anna Monthudo, who was the former chair of the school feeding program, who was fired when her husband raised a complaint of concern against the then lying minister. I cast my mind back to those things and I wonder if that has anything to do with the fear that this legislation is bringing, that this legislation presents to the members of the opposition. And I am concerned that the opposition's rhetoric is that the PNM is never about transparency, but nothing could be furthest from the truth, Mr. President. This government has always been very open with the population of Trinidad and Tobago, and whenever required to do so, they have presented the information as needed through all the mechanisms, whether it is through parliamentary question time, supplemental question, motions on the adjournment, or even through Freedom of Information Act, which we know is the key tool for the members of the opposition, Mr. President. And I really just wonder, what is it that the UNC or the opposition is so concerned about that they are unable, or rather unwilling, to support a piece of legislation, Mr. President, that will strengthen the government's fight against corruption, and that will strengthen the working environment of Trinidad and Tobago, that will strengthen the economy, that will strengthen the culture. This little piece of legislation is so significant and far-reaching in every sphere of our existence. You know, the whistleblowing, it is a mechanism that is put in place to counter wrongdoing, to promote proper and effective and efficient operations of public service. Without whistleblowers, Mr. President, we will never find out about corruptions. And here it is, the government is trying to introduce a legal framework for the reporting of critical or suspected infringements. And we are receiving heavy pushback from the opposition. And I want to know why, Mr. President. And I want the national community to ask the opposition, what are they so afraid of? The whistleblower is a critical person in our society. Employees in whatever organization that they would be in, they raise a red flag of wrongdoing, and the individuals will now have the options to report it by responsibly using their freedom of expression and within the existence of the provided framework and the provided effective protection mechanisms, Mr. President. So, of course, within the framework, there is space for protection. And what are the ingredients for this whistleblowing, Mr. President? A clear whistleblowing policy and process. This is prescribed in the proposed legislation. An authority or agency that empowers the whistleblowers to speak without fear of retaliation while promoting a culture of transparency, accountability, and integrity. 3 critical components for us to exist and survive and thrive in this country, Mr. President: transparency, accountability, and integrity. And the protection is triggered, Mr. President, as soon as the whistleblowers have made the notification in good faith, Mr. President, to the relevant authority, Mr. President. I know people have quoted Trinidad and Tobago Transparency Institute, sir, but I wish to quote from them in an article that was published in the Caribbean Times, so it would have come out of the same press release that came out of the TTTI, and it was published in the Caribbean Times on June 26. And it talked about the TTTI welcoming the recent passage of the whistleblower legislation, and they urged authorities to ensure that the law follows best practice and serves its intended purpose. But the Transparency Institute, and I quote, TI calls on all Parliament members to commit to this process for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago, moving the country closer to a corruption-free society. Is that not what we all want to strive towards, Mr. President? A corruption-free society? And the TI noted that whistleblower legislation is one of the critical tools in the fight against corruption. Corruption leads to crime. Crime leads to a total breakdown in society. We have to look at it as a whole approach, tackle it from every angle, Mr. President. And I just want to go back on the history of the whistleblower legislation. When it was first introduced in 2015 and went to a joint select committee, and then it was defeated. It came back as the Whistleblower Protection Bill in 2018, defeated again, 2019, defeated again, 2024, sorry. Here we have Rai, who went awry and who cast a glimmer of hope for the people of Trinidad and Tobago by lending his support to Trinidad, to this piece of legislation, Mr. President. To me, I interpret this as bad behavior on the part of the government, of the part of the opposition. The opposition, it seems as if they want to punish the country and the citizens because they are not the government. I feel as if their actions are deliberate to cripple and stymie the progress in crime fighting, and they cannot stand here today and say because they supported something yesterday, they are assisting with crime fighting, Mr. President. And then come here today and something that is another critical tool in the arsenal of fighting against crime. You stand up and you come out outright and say that you're not supporting the legislation. And I wonder if the opposition is just willing to do everything that is inimical to the interest of the country. This whistleblower legislation is not inimical to the country. It will lead to the benefit of a more productive, safe, and inclusive society, Mr. President. And from a female perspective, very often when women go to make complaints or state their concerns, they are considered to be, they're called the worst possible things, treated in the worst possible light, given, attacked viciously, and I'm not asking for sympathy because we are women, but it is a reality that in society women are attacked terribly. And the fact that you can come forward as an anonymous whistleblower and you are afforded that protection to the women out there, the women who may have been affronted, the women who may have been assaulted, the women who may have been abused or used as tools. This legislation is for you, Mr. President. I'm speaking to the women of Trinidad through you. This legislation is to give you a space to stand and raise your complaints and your concerns, because we cannot stand here and pretend that all is well, that we live in a I don't want to use the word sexual, but we live in a society where women are easily preyed upon, I should say. Women are easily preyed upon, women are easily looked past, women are easily called names, emotional, erratic, just because of our nature we are judged. Thank you. We live in a society, and therefore this legislation is particularly for women. Give you the space and the opportunity to come forward. There are certain guaranteed protections for you, and therefore this is your opportunity for us as women to do what we must to make this country a better place. And so I particularly implore the women on the opposition bench to see the benefit, the one who is here today, too, to see the benefits of this piece of legislation, to see how it will serve our counterparts, our women in Trinidad and Tobago, to make this a better place for all of us. Because you and I both know, we all know, that we've all been victims of harassment from colleagues in the working environment. Not in here, not in this chamber, sir. I'm talking about in the working environment. We've all been victims, one way or another, of some form of discrimination or some form of harassment or intimidation. And this legislation is for us. And so I commend this legislation, Mr. President, and I encourage all members in this chamber to lend their fullest support to this whistleblower legislation. Thank you.
Senator Bisramsingh.
President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this debate, as it is a pivotal moment for the protection of those who dare to speak up. Now, a whistleblower bill is not just a legislative proposal. It is a commitment to transparency, accountability, and justice. By safeguarding whistleblowers, we empower individuals to expose wrongdoing without fear of retaliation. So while the intention behind this whistleblower bill may be noble, we must carefully consider the possible ramifications of its implementation. This bill, though well-meaning, can create risk in our environment, it can be misused, and we can have unintended consequences. Therefore, in evaluating the necessity of it, and of course, that cannot be disputed, as we in our nation, we want to encourage persons, if you see something, say something. But of course, the avenues for saying something must be looked at from the perspective of snitches get stitches, and whether there are safeguards and measures in place to prevent that. So we need to critically evaluate the necessity and the possible impact of this bill. Now, let us look at some of the clauses. The first I want to deal with is Section 9, which provides for anonymous disclosures. It states that anonymous disclosures are not protected disclosures. So what does this mean? Well, it means that if someone makes an anonymous report, it would not be treated as being protected. That person would not be afforded the protections of immunity from criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings. They would not have any protection from this bill. So, what is the difference then between me wanting to make an anonymous report under this bill and then calling 1-800-TIPS or Crime Stoppers and giving information? This bill does not encourage me to make a disclosure anonymously. And if it is not encouraging me to make an anonymous disclosure, then this bill would not meet its aim. This bill can actually discourage whistleblowers who fear exposure. Being anonymous can be a critical factor in encouraging persons to come forward without fear of retaliation. There should be a right of this in the bill. Whistleblowers should have the explicit right to remain anonymous if they choose. The bill should provide mechanisms not just for anonymous reporting, but it should ensure that those reports are given the same level of protection as if the whistleblower's identity is known. We have looked at the whistleblower's legislation in different countries and imported that into this bill, but we have not imported some of the safeguards. And if we look at Australia's Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013, that act allows for anonymous disclosures. But not just that. The same protections that apply to the anonymous disclosures apply where the identity of the person is known. We don't have that here in this bill. Let's go to another flaw of this bill. How does this bill deal with the inherent risk that could still lead to the exposure of a whistleblower's identity? During the investigation of a report, it is possible that by the very nature of the report and of the allegations, the identity of the whistleblower may be indirectly revealed. For example, if the details of the report are specific to a particular incident or particular person, it can be easy to find out who the person is. And let's just say the whistleblowing reporting officer, while yes, they may be bound to certain confidentiality obligations, they may still need to interview certain individuals or review specific documents, which can then lead to the whistleblower's identity being inferred. And these little examples show how easy it is for the identity of whistleblowers to be revealed. This bill says that the whistleblower's identity shall remain confidential. However, it lacks detailed protocols and procedures for ensuring that confidentiality. Telling me I have to keep the identity confidential without telling me what are the steps and measures I should take to do that does not help. So, this bill, by not stating what the employers have to do in their internal process, can lead to inconsistent application and potential breaches. Without having standardized measures for protecting the identities of whistleblowers, different organizations and agencies might adopt varying levels of protection, leading to different standards. This bill is lacking and needs to have clear, standardized protocols established, and these need to be enforced across all sectors and organizations to ensure that the identity of the whistleblowers are protected consistently and effectively. Whistleblowers must be assured that their identity would be kept confidential by the organization doing A, by the organization doing B, and for it being expressly stated what the organization needs to do. They must know that this is a standardized process. They must know this is how my identity is going to be protected. This is how it works. And with all things, when you put measures in place to try to achieve something, there must be some sort of check to ensure that what we're trying to achieve is really being achieved. There should be something in this bill about audits and compliance checks to ensure that the organizations are adhering to these protocols. Furthermore, we're not just checking for checking's sake. These checks should be done to ensure that non-compliance will be met with the appropriate sanctions to enforce the importance of maintaining the confidentiality. And what these audits can do is that they can also help to identify potential weaknesses in the system and ensure continuous improvement in the protection of whistleblowers' identities. Moving on to another section. This bill outlines the penalties for breaches of confidentiality. The penalties for the officer who discloses the identity of the whistleblower. But what about the remedies for breaches of confidentiality to the whistleblower? What about the remedies that may be available to him? The bill must provide clear legal recourse for whistleblowers whose confidentiality has been breached. This can include the right to seek damages through the court system. It does not help a whistleblower to tell him, yes, your identity or confidentiality was breached, but hey, don't worry, the officer who did it would be fined or face a term of imprisonment. That does not help the whistleblower. And if a whistleblower makes a disclosure, if he subsequently finds out that his identity or confidentiality was breached, who does he now go to address that complaint? The same officer in the unit who breached it in the first place? This bill needs to address that. Maybe by establishing a dedicated body or ombudsman to oversee and address complaints related to breaches of whistleblower confidentiality. Again, it's all about gaining the trust of the public. This independent body can offer a trusted avenue for whistleblowers to report breaches and to seek redress. And we can compare this to the PCA. When we have a problem with a particular police officer, the officer is involved in improper conduct, this officer is harassing us, we don't go to the station that the officer works in to make the report. We don't go into another station where he's batch working. We go to the PCA. We, the public, have some trust in the PCA. And that's why reports are continued to be made against rogue officers. That is why officers are being investigated, because the public has this trust in them. The public trusts the process. They trust that it is independent, and this bill has no mechanism like that. I will go now to the internal disclosure procedures. The effectiveness of this bill of whistleblower protection lies heavily on the internal procedures established within these organizations. These procedures are meant to provide a structured and secure way for employees to report misconduct. This bill, and specifically Section 10, requires employers to appoint whistleblowing reporting officers and to establish their own internal procedures. However, there is no provision in this bill for oversight to ensure that these procedures are adequate and fairly implemented. The employers just need to establish their procedure and to publish that procedure. But who is to say that that procedure is effective? Who is to say that that internal procedure meets a certain basic standard? This bill does not include provisions for oversight, and this can lead to several issues. Without having that external oversight, there can be significant variation in how different organizations implement their whistleblower internal procedures. Some may have robust and fair processes, while others may have inadequate or biased processes. Some will just be implementing it to say they're following the law or not in breach of the law, but the internal system that they implement is not working or not being effective. And this is another issue with this bill. Section 10(1) states that an employee shall appoint and keep in their employ such whistleblowing reporting officers, and then Section 11 goes on to state that an employer shall have in operation internal procedures for receiving and dealing with disclosures. But then we have Section 14(1), which states that an employee of an organization may make an external disclosure to a whistleblowing report unit if A, the organization has no internal procedures established and published for receiving and dealing with disclosures. So we have one section saying that the employer shall, which means that they must do it. They don't have a choice or a discretion. And then another section is saying, well, if the organization don't have it, you can just go make an external disclosure. So which is it? Is it mandatory? Is it optional? This bill also does not give any details or particulars of how that internal process is to be. Is it one whistleblowing reporting officer to every 50 employees, so that the number of officers that you have can vary depending on how big your organization is? This bill is silent on issues like that. So back to having oversight. Without having oversight, there is no mechanism to hold organizations accountable for failing to establish effective procedures. This bill requires the appointment of the whistleblowing reporting officers, but it does not address specifically conflicts of interest, and especially in smaller organizations. And we know how small this country is. Everybody know each other. You can have the businesses being run by family members. We know about that. Reporting officers may have personal or professional stakes in the matters being reported. Does this bill mandate that there be a conflict of interest register? Is it that an organization may have more than one whistleblowing reporting officer so that an employee can choose who they report to? This bill makes no provision and does not give us the specific with respect to scenarios like these. Now, Senator Gopi Singh said yesterday in his contribution that there are 21 designated authorities that a person can go to, and maybe persons may get confused or they may not know who they should go by. And that notion was laughed at by members opposite me. But this is very real. How many times you go to a particular police station to make a report, and they run you, they tell you, this is not for them, they can't do anything, and they send you to another station. And then you go to that station, and it's the same thing again. They tell you, they can't take this report, that's not for them, go to a next place. And they just keep dancing you in circles. What mechanisms or measures are in this bill to provide or to ensure that a report will be taken by the unit? What are the consequences of a report not being taken? If we want to enact legislation, it must be specific and clear. It must not lead a nation to wonder what to do in this scenario or that scenario. There should be detailed particulars on how the process is to be followed. And this bill does not do that. This bill is vague at best. Let us talk about the criteria for these whistleblowing reporting officers. If I am a whistleblower or I am going to make a report, I would like to know who I am making this report to. I would want to be able to trust the process. I must feel safe and have some sort of assurance in the process. Are these officers required to have any sort of training to handle and deal with these reports? This bill must state that the requirements and criteria for these officers. Now, the effectiveness of this legislation, it hinges on the ability to prevent retaliation and to provide appropriate remedies. While this bill does prohibit detrimental actions and provides for remedies, sometimes the process of applying to the High Court for relief might be cumbersome and intimidating for some. And this can be a barrier. We all know the legal system, it's intimidating, it's complex, persons don't know how to navigate it, it requires significant time as well as financial resources. Also, the time taken as well, so that there should be administrative pathways that allow whistleblowers to seek relief more quickly and with less formality than judicial proceedings. This could maybe mean involving a dedicated whistleblower protection agency or the ombudsman.
Some of the issues that you have, do you think they can be handled or can be dealt with in the regulations that must come with the act?
Well, we are here debating a bill, and we don't have the regulations before us. I don't have any specifics. What I have here is a guess at best of what is to be. I don't know. I don't know. The regulations should have been here. We should have been able. This bill also lacks detailed provisions for independent oversight or a dedicated body to ensure compliance and to address issues. Without this independent oversight body, there can be significant challenges in ensuring that these organizations comply with the law. Having an independent oversight body can also help standardize how these complaints would be handled across the various organizations. And if we look at the United States, they have the Office of the Whistleblower. This office provides independent oversight over the complaints relative to this. We don't have that here. This bill is lacking with that. And in bringing this bill, have we looked at our comparative current systems like the Witness Protection Program? Have we compared how that is working? I know many cases where witnesses in a witness protection program would leave the Friday evening from their designated safe house, go to Lime, go to Fed, go to party, and then return on a Monday morning. Have we looked at who is overseeing these police officers who are in charge of these witnesses? Or are we just leaving it for the officers to do what they are instructed to do? Again, can we leave functions and tasks as important as receiving a report and dealing with the disclosure to an internal employee of the same organization? Or do we need to implement a centralized independent body? Now, what protections are there for the whistleblowing reporting officer in this bill? That officer is in an unenviable position. They are between the employer who is feeding their family and between a colleague or a friend. What protection does this bill afford him for taking this report and dealing with that issue? What about the protection for the person against whom the report is made? What protection is there for him? So let's say someone makes a report against him. How is this investigation into that report going to be done? Who is exactly doing that investigation? Are they trained? Are they qualified? What does this investigation entail? Does that person against whom the report was made, do they get an opportunity to be heard and to plead their case? Is he told of the identity of the person? If the identity of the whistleblower is being withheld, how does that now impact and infringe upon his right of challenging and facing his accuser? Let's just say that that report goes further and one of the units gets involved and the person is charged with a criminal offense as a result of that report being made. Disclosure is, of course, one of the first steps in court. That disclosure will include the original report of that whistleblower. We get everything, used statements, unused statements. So is it that now the report being made, is that going to be exempt from being used in court to prosecute a matter? Is that person against whom the report was made, is he getting an opportunity to challenge and face that person? This bill gives no information on how the information from a report is to be treated in court, whether it can be used in a claim or to prosecute a matter. Because again, if a whistleblower knows if he makes a report and an investigation is done, and a person is charged based on what he indicates, and that person is before the court, will he be required to attend as a witness? And if it is that he is, would he then now go through this whole process of making a report under this bill? Or would they just prefer to call Ian Allen and just give him a tip and let the police come in and do their work? These are some serious flaws in this bill. It leaves unanswered questions. It is vague. It does not set out proper procedure and processes. It is not effective. This is not good law, and it does not achieve its aim. I thank you.
Senator Teemal.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on the matter that is before the Senate, essentially the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2024. Mr. President, as we have heard, and I don't think there is any doubt that public interest demands effective whistleblower legislation. That is, as it is critical in the fight against corruption. A lot have been said there, and I don't intend to elaborate any further on that. But the effectiveness of any whistleblower legislation that we're looking to put in place, to me, Mr. President, is highly context dependent. And it requires a combination of comprehensive, or someone used the term robust legal framework, 2, effective enforcement, 3, supportive organization cultures, and 4, public awareness. And research would show that countries with comprehensive laws, dedicated enforcement agencies, and supportive environments tend to see more successful whistleblower outcomes. However, challenges would remain in ensuring consistent application and overcoming cultural barriers, as we have heard. And I really hope that this will not be overlooked during the implementation phase of this legislation, should it be passed. We have heard about the history of this particular piece of legislation, and I don't intend to repeat it because it started off in 2015, and it's a failure of a joint select committee to complete the process that was set up to look at this bill. I'm not a constitutional expert, but as a legislator, I have to say I would have appreciated the benefit of a completed, rigorous review of a joint select committee for this particular bill, which would have also ensured that we had expert inputs that would normally come with a JSC, and also wide and meaningful engagement, identification and meaningful engagement of all stakeholders. Notwithstanding that, we have heard from the Honorable Attorney General, and then we heard from Senator Vieira, both heavyweights in the legal field. And the whole question of constitutionality of this bill, particularly with regards to the rights enshrined in sections 4 and 5 of our Constitution, was extensively discussed. And I'm prepared to move forward on the basis of what has been put forward thus far by our legal illuminaries, including our learned senator who just spoke, Senator Bisramsingh. I would ask the question, how comprehensive is the legal framework in this bill to ensure effectiveness? And ask the question also, in response to that question, are there provisions to protect disclosures related to a wide range of wrongdoings, including fraud, corruption, safety violations, and environmental harm? And this is addressed in the interpretation under the definition of improper conduct, in which 9 actions are outlined. However, whilst in the definition of improper conduct, Section D, mention is made of a threat to public health, no mention is made, I observe, of a threat to, mention is made to the threat of the health or safety of a person, but no mention is made of a threat to public health. And although E mentions threat or damage to the environment, I think that this is not sufficient to address public health. And I'm just wondering why in the definition of improper conduct, public health hasn't been tagged as a definitive wrongdoing when public health is endangered by the actions of persons and corporate bodies and public bodies. Now, under improper conduct as well, the definition, Section F speaks about conduct that shows gross mismanagement. And I'm a little concerned about that, because is the gross management arising out of a lack of competence? And in which case could that be classified as a wrongdoing if it's just incompetence? and somebody blowing the whistle on somebody who just hasn't been competent, or whether we should be using the term willful mismanagement. Is the bill clear on what constitutes whistleblowing and protected disclosures, such as to help prevent legal ambiguities and encourage participation? And in that context, I would like to just throw out a thought in terms of why we have chosen not to define what a protected disclosure is. Because in reading through the bill, I had to go through it several times just to try to grasp what a protected disclosure is. And seeing that a protected disclosure is a trigger for so many actions to be taken, so many actions to be validated by what is a protected disclosure, I'm just wondering why an attempt was not made to include it as a definition, as an interpretation under this bill. And in that context, why are provisions being made for disclosures to be made orally and for a statement to be prepared by the officer receiving the disclosure to be signed by the whistleblower? Does this not make the disclosure open to influence by the receiving officer, having oral transmission and then having the whistleblower having to sign the statement? And then what if the whistleblower wants to maintain anonymity? How does an oral receipt of improper conduct works in the case of maintaining anonymity in the first stage of the process, where you have to personally interact with the reporting officer or an officer of the reporting unit? And then also, why are disclosures not being allowed for via electronic means, such as email? Because it is not mentioned in the bill. So are we prepared to receive disclosures through electronic means? And then several speakers before me, Mr. President, have raised the question of why are anonymous disclosures not to be considered as a protected disclosure under Section 9(1). And of course, it raises the questions, as others have raised, would this not reduce the expected results and decrease the effectiveness of this legislation? Now, Section 7 deals with what is a protected disclosure. And 7(1)(d) states that this disclosure should not be made for the purposes of personal gain. So if we find out that the disclosure was made for personal gain, then it is not going to be a protected disclosure. And it offers some protection to the accused in bringing about some balance between individual rights and public interest. But what is the interpretation of personal gain in this context? Is it material gain? Or could it be interpreted here, or is the intention here that it is emotional gain? And I'm probably limited by my choice of using the word emotional gain. But if it is based on not so proper motives, if it is based on revenge, if it is based on having to get back at somebody, or the fact that you just don't like the person, So would personal gain cover vindictiveness and other emotional satisfaction, emotional fulfillment gains? And by including this here in Section 7, for it not to be protected disclosure, then we are not leaving any room down the road for any rewards and incentives. And the legislation before us does not consider reward and incentives. Although in some jurisdictions, like certain states of the United States, there are rewards and incentives because there is the strong feeling and experience has shown that with reward and incentives managed in a responsible way, that the effectiveness of whistleblower legislation is heightened because there's an encouragement for persons to come forward. And we are working on the basis here of altruism, on people, maybe sense of patriotism, on the sense of people wanting to do the right thing. Yes, but I mean, we all know the frailties of human nature, and without having to break any law, whether or not, consideration should have been given to the introduction of incentives. Now, although we have this about personal gains, we see in Section 19.3, which deals with no immunity to the whistleblower or perpetrator or an accomplice immunity to the whistleblower if the whistleblower is a perpetrator or an accomplice. Allowances are being made for the whistleblower to throw himself at the mercy of the court, literally, appeal to the court for his punishment to be mitigated or remitted, and to hold him liable only for the part payment of damages he is liable for, and not be held jointly and severally with others. Now, Section 19.5 also allows for the employer of the whistleblower, if he is an employee of a public body, to mitigate the effects of any punishment and, where possible, not to seek the dismissal of the whistleblower as a punishment. So, Mr. President, I'm asking the question, are these not personal gains? Are these not personal gains? And does it conflict with what is laid out there in Section 7? Because if your punishment is being mitigated or remitted, and your employer is being asked, if you're an employee for a public body, to mitigate the effects of any punishment if these are not personal gains. I think there seems to be a bit of a contradiction here, because the whistleblower may well decide to take the calculated risk of reduced punishment rather than face full consequences if caught and successfully prosecuted. Isn't that a personal gain? And what about the gains accrued by the whistleblower, being the perpetrator or an accomplice? Would the whistleblower be allowed to keep the gains? Or would they have to return it under this law? And I think this should also be addressed. Another question in terms of effectiveness is, are there strong anti-retaliation measures in the bill? And Section 17 deals with the prohibition of detrimental action under any written law, rule of law, contract, or oath of practice subject to any exceptions under this Act. And detrimental action is also well defined in the interpretation of the Act. So there's clarity there. But I'd just like to raise the issue of employer confidentiality clauses that is often included in employment contracts. It's a standard thing now. A lot of employer contracts has non-disclosure clauses. or confidentiality agreements designed to protect the employer's proprietary and sensitive information. And these clauses typically outline what constitutes confidential information, the obligations of the employee to protect the information, and the consequences of violating the agreement that the employee is asked to sign. Now, whilst the legislation before us addresses this indirectly, should it specifically include direct law that instructs employers to allow for provisions in their employment confidentiality clause to ensure that employees can report violations of improper conduct as defined in this Act to regulatory authorities without breaching confidentiality? What if the employer of India employment agreement, as a result of this legislation, now requires the employee, the potential whistleblower, to indemnify them for any losses resulting from unauthorized disclosures or a disclosure that is not declared as a protected disclosure? What protection would be afforded to the whistleblower in such a situation? I do not think that the immunity offered in Section 18 offers the protection to a whistleblower, because Section 18, as we understand, is really for protected disclosure. So a whistleblower could be setting up himself, potential whistleblower, in that if his agreement asks for him to indemnify his employer against losses, it creates a situation of difficulty for that person to come forward. And they may be wavering, and say, look, I'm not going to take that chance. Mr. President, support systems for protection of whistleblowers envisaged by this Act, to me, it seems to be rather limited. And the only access that comes to, it seems to me, that whistleblowers seem to have to remedy detrimental action is to seek redress in the High Court. Now, there is no legal assistance for whistleblowers to have access to legal counsel to help them navigate the reporting process and protect their rights under this Act. And it seems as though they will have to make do. Those who cannot afford legal counsel would have to make do with legal aid. And the lack of an effective legal support system, to me, in the context of protection, is sure to act as a deterrent for potential whistleblowers coming forward. Now, I mean, we have to think that employees of employees with corporations of means, large conglomerates, large-scale businesses, even medium-sized businesses, would have access to high-level, legal counsel. I mean, that's part of the corporate business world, where they can afford high-level legal services. And here you have the heavy hitters. And here you have the whistleblower, who decides to come forward, who wants to be protected. But the support system for that whistleblower to go up against, corporate lawyers, the heavy hitters, as Senator Richards is saying, to me, it's a serious deterrent. And I think some consideration has to be given to support in terms of legal support. Now, there's also no access to counseling and psychological support that can help whistleblowers cope with stress and isolation that they would experience by coming forward. So, which is why I said the support system for the protection of whistleblowers deserves more attention moving forward. And whilst mechanisms for anonymous reporting are there should also be legal guarantees. Should there not be legal guarantees to ensure that the identity of whistleblowers remain confidential throughout the investigation process? Now, yes, we have reporting officers, reporting units, directors of reporting units, officers of reporting units, all of these things within the designated authority. But what legal guarantee is there to a whistleblower? What legal guarantee is there to a whistleblower to offer confidence or to offer the level of protection that the whistleblower needs? I'm not sure, as the effective independence of the reporting officer and the reporting unit with its director and officers comes into question. And I think some of this was raised by Senator Bisramsingh and others in terms of the question of independence of the reporting officer and the independence of the reporting unit with its director and officers. So it begs the question, are the provisions of the Act enough to ensure independent oversight and enforcement? The Act allows for an employee to make a disclosure to a whistleblowing officer in the case of an internal disclosure, or in the case of an external disclosure to a whistleblowing unit within a designated authority. Now, the reporting officer is to be appointed by the employer and kept in their employ. So, appointed and being paid by the employer. And under these circumstances, how independent can these officers be? And how much trust would a whistleblower have in such a reporting officer? Senator Bisramsingh did mention a lot of businesses, particularly the medium-sized, the small businesses, are family-run operations. And you may well have the reporting officer that is appointed being a member of the family, because the entire family is engaged in the business. Now, in such situations where being a member of a family-run business, and in other instances where you are being paid by the business, I mean, the question of independence comes in. And you see, the question of this, the effectiveness of this, is all going to be on the basis of trust, and how much trust can be established in the systems that are being put forward. And to me, this is a deterrent. Now, what can be said as a rebuttal to what I'm saying is that if you're not satisfied with the reporting officer, then you could go to the reporting unit of the 21 designated authorities that are listed. But then it begs the question, why allow for internal disclosures in the first place? And yes, I think having internal disclosures across the board is very ambitious with this piece of legislation, or whether it should have been restricted or constrained to organizations that have the culture of corporate responsibility, of national responsibility, who embraces these as part of their corporate policies to be socially responsible and to, put measures in place to be socially corporate, have corporate responsibility. And I can see internal disclosures tying in with that. But then across the board, in terms of the range of businesses that we are dealing with, I think it leaves a gap that has to be addressed at some point in time. Now, Senator Bisramsingh did raise the question of who is vetting the procedures that the employer has to put in place. Now, it is not the reporting officer who is putting the procedures in place, according to the legislation. It is the employer who is putting the procedures in place. And then, are these procedures, what is the oversight, it was asked, in terms of these procedures not being a formality to satisfy the law, or there is a genuine attempt on the part of the employer to have procedures that is in keeping and is in the interest of this legislation, and whether or not independent oversight is necessary for this. And I support that line of questioning. And why, I ask the question, why is a framework for these internal procedures not allowed for inclusion in the regulations that we are putting in Section 28? Should there not be uniformity? Should not there be guidance? And to ensure compliance with the law, that we look to regulate through subsidiary legislation some degree of guidance and some degree of expected compliance through regulations on employers that are setting up, that are establishing the procedures that they are being called upon to establish. And then, even within the regulations, should we be setting up responsibilities, clear lines of responsibilities for the reporting officer so that they can fulfill their responsibilities under the Act? Particularly guidance in terms of determining what is a protected disclosure. Now, it was raised, the use of the term shall, throughout sections 10 and 11 dealing with internal disclosures. Now, is the term shall being used here as a mandatory legal requirement? Is it to be interpreted that way? Or is it not intended by use of the word shall, that is not intended as mandatory? And the reason I have to ask it is because non-compliance with these sections 10 and 11, particularly dealing with the employer and internal discussions, none of them is being classified as an offense under this Act. And as such, there are no penalties. And we are using the term shall. So what I'm gathering, it is not mandatory. And then if it's not mandatory, what is the incentive for the employers to go through this expense of having a legal officer in their operations? So something to think about. The Act provides for 21 designated authorities, each of which shall have a whistleblowing reports unit consisting of a director and other such officers as are required for the efficient performance of the functions of the unit. So I ask the question, are the powers of the director and the officers of the unit clearly outlined? Who determines the qualifications of the directors and the officers, and subsequently appoints the director and officers? The reason I ask who appoints is because what are the powers of the director and the officers? Because should guidelines for the qualifications and appointment of the director and unit officers be provided in the secondary legislation, that is the regulations, to come? And who would the director of the unit report to? Who would monitor the performance of the director to ensure timely and fair investigations? That complaints should be investigated promptly to prevent prolonged uncertainty and potential retaliation and investigations are conducted impartially, without bias or undue influence from the accused parties. Now, if the director has to report to the executive or the board of the designated authority, would this not be seen as compromising anonymity? Because then you are introducing another level of reporting. They have to account to the executive or the board, somebody, in the absence of a reporting body. It has to go up the road. And would that not be compromising confidentiality or extending the arena so that the potential for confidentiality to be abused becomes more reality? And would this not be a deterrent in building trust? I keep saying a deterrent in building trust because the effectiveness of this legislation, to me, rests on the building of trust. Trust in protection that is being offered, trust in confidentiality. And in such a case where you have to go to a higher level, how is confidentiality going to be managed? Now, Section 24 states that guidelines may be issued by each designated authority, setting out duties of communication between the whistleblowing reports unit and the whistleblower and restrictions thereon, and B, the rules for disclosure to other departments of the designated authority or to other designated authorities. Mr. President, I have a concern about the use of the word may here, because we are talking about guidelines by designated authorities in a vital function under this Act. The term may is being used. And my interpretation is that by use of the word may, this is an option. This is a choice of the designated authority. And why we don't have much more specific, if the intention, specific instructions, if the intention for it is to be mandatory, and we put that the designated authority, we shouldn't say may, but we should say is required to. So it changes the dynamics of giving them an option or a choice. And in addition, why should this be left up to each designated authority? Dr. Senator Gopi Singh raised the question of the merits of a central authority. And also Senator Bisramsingh did speak about a central authority. Now the approach here has been to decentralize the process. And of course there are advantages to decentralization.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
And, but it is just that in terms of why the consideration was not given to a central authority. Because to me, a major omission was mentioned that in case of complaints, where will the whistleblower go? Because the whistleblower has a complaint, he or she can't go to the reporting unit officer or the reporting unit because there's a complaint. And in such a case, consideration in lack of a central authority, maybe the office of the ombudsman would have to come in here. So we have dedicated ombudsman for getting engaged in terms of whistleblowing to be a source or possible solution for whistleblower campaigns. Because if there are no there is no agency or means or avenue for complaints, again, it's a serious deterrent to the effectiveness of this legislation. And I have to cut short, my time is limited, but in closing, I just want to point out our Attorney General in Schedule 1, the 13th designated authority is listed as the National Physical Planning Authority. And as far as I understand, the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act 2014 has not been fully proclaimed, has not been proclaimed as yet. So I'm just wondering about the inclusion of 13, the National Physical Planning Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, as one of the designated authorities, and whether or not we should be using the Town and Country Planning Division of the Ministry of Planning and Development as the designated authority until the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act 2014 is proclaimed. And then Section 28, the Attorney General was very specific in terms of removing the requirement for the supermajority for the Constitution of the constitutional requirements in this bill. And he said senior counsel had advised for the inclusion of Section 28 dealing with regulations. Mr. Honorable Attorney General, why are we using the term "me"? If Section 28 is so critical, right, that it had to be included it had to be amended, it had to be included to amend the 2019 bill. Why are we using "me"? Because to me, "me" provides you with the option or choice. It is not mandatory. And whether or not we should be using the term "is required to" instead of "me." Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator London.
Mr. President, thank you for affording me the opportunity to present on this bill. I would like to also thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, for affording me the opportunity to serve as a senator in this august House. Mr. President, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022, as amended in the House of Representatives, stands as a pivotal piece of legislation aimed at combating corruption and other wrongdoings in both the public and private sectors of Trinidad and Tobago. This bill is not just about encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct. It is about protecting those brave individuals who may come forward with the vital information from facing detrimental actions. Mr. President, the importance of supporting this bill cannot be overstated. And here is why. First and foremost, the Whistleblower Protection Bills provide a legal framework to empower and protect whistleblowers. Whistleblowers play a critical role in uncovering corruption and misconduct that would otherwise go unnoticed. By ensuring that whistleblowers are shielded from detrimental actions such as harassment, intimidation, or victimization, this bill creates a safer environment for individuals to speak up against wrongdoing. Furthermore, Mr. President, this bill establishes a clear guideline for disclosures of improper conduct, both internally within organizations and externally designated authorities. The structured approach ensures that this disclosure are handled in a systematic and effective manner, leading proper investigations and actions being taken against misconduct. Mr. President, this bill also prohibits the obstruction of whistleblowing reporting personnel, sending a clear message that interference with the disclosure process will not be tolerated. Additionally, this bill provides immunity to whistleblowers from criminal, civil, and disciplinary proceedings for making protected disclosures. This immunity is crucial in encouraging individuals to come forward without fear of reprisal for doing the right thing. It ensures that those who take the courageous step of reporting misconduct are not penalized for their actions, but instead are supported and protected. Moreover, Mr. President, the bill includes provisions for civil remedies in case of detrimental actions are taken against whistleblowers. This ensures that whistleblowers have legal recourse in the face of retaliation for their disclosures, further strengthening their protection under the law. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 is a significant step towards fostering transparency, accountability, and integrity in Trinidad and Tobago. By supporting this legislation, we are not just upholding the principles of good governance, but we are also standing up for those who have the courage to speak out against corruption and wrongdoings. Mr. President, it is essential to back this bill to create a society where honesty and accountability are valued, and where those who expose misconduct are safeguarded and supported. In light of the above arguments, it is imperative that all stakeholders, including government officials, lawmakers, organizations, and citizens, come together to support and implement the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 for the greater good of Trinidad and Tobago. And is with this presentation, I pledge my wholehearted support towards this bill. I thank you.
Honorable Senators, before I call on the next speaker, permit me to congratulate Senator London on this her maiden contribution in this chamber. Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, let me first take this time on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition and the United National Congress to send out prayers to the people of Jamaica and all the rest of the Caribbean who still lie in danger of Hurricane Beryl, and to send our heartfelt emotional support and positivity to all the islands who have been devastated: Carriacou, Petit Martinique, St. Vincent, Dominica, St. Lucia. Tobago got a little touch. And commend the people of Trinidad and Tobago for their selflessness in providing instantaneous support and sending all that is necessary to help our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. I'll also commend, I wish he was here because this is the first time, it's a historic moment. I commend the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry for also providing support quickly and swiftly to those who are most in need. Too bad she's here. She's not here to hear it. She should have been there. She'll probably play it. That's about it. That's the Kumbaya done day. Let me deal with Honorable Senator Teemal. Honorable Senator Teemal brilliantly asking the PNM to provide lawyers for whistleblowers who blow whistle on the PNM. Honorable Senator Teemal, this PNM government would not even pay for the attorneys of dead divers' families to defend themselves and get some sort of recompense. This PNM government would not even, they try to fight to pay for attorneys for the Auditor General to fight the very said PNM government. So I don't think you should hold your breath waiting for this PNM to pay for any legal representation for any whistleblower who blowing whistle on the PNM. Some senators in the debate yesterday and today said, the Achilles heel of our nation's progress is corruption. That came from that side. Well, I nearly faint because I really couldn't believe that, because that side is the PNM. That side has been in power 52 of 68 years as we had any sort of governance, whether it was premier or prime minister in this country. And they stand there and talk that corruption just dropped from the sky off a kobo foot. But the PNM has created, I heard honorable senators say, the culture of this country is corruption and corruption. Well, the PNM has ruled. The leaders lead. The leaders set culture. If the culture is corruption, then PNM put it there. Another senator stated that we can't do the same things over and over and expect different results.
Mr. President, 46-6.
Okay, so again, the senator is creating his context right now. He's just begun his contribution. So I will allow you to continue, but of course, just be careful.
Mr. President, I'm not sure the honorable senator, the honorable vice president was giving us some real scientific contributions yesterday. I was very impressed in a different debate. But now, today, when I am talking about culture, he does not understand leadership creates culture. A leader, the reason you have a cricket captain, it creates a culture of professionalism, ability to win. This is why India was able to win the World Cup that we should have played in the Oval. But it's all right. The culture of any organization, nation, or country is determined by the leadership. If the PNM has led us for 52 years out of 68, and you, the PNM, are saying that our culture is corrupt, then you must look in the mirror, Honorable Senator. We can't do the same things over and over and expect different results. I heard from honorable senators. Well, I agree, because we've been doing the same thing. The PNM boasts that them always come back like a bad rash. No matter who get together and vote them out, they always come back. We must stop bringing them back. Get rid of the PNM, and then things will go smooth. This bill, an act to combat corruption and other wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action brought by the PNM, you know. Let me take you to a little history, a recent history of the PNM. August 13th, August 12th, August 13th, 2018, a PNM member, a whistleblower, was suspended and expelled from the PNM for whistleblowing. But the PNM is coming here to bring a whistleblower and tell the population live on TV and radio that they are going to fight corruption. I take you to Loop News, TV6 News, Express News. You all could check it, August 13th, 2018. Harry Ragunanan said he believed he was targeted because rumors had been circulating that he had unearthed the corruption at the port as it relates to the ongoing Sea Bridge fiasco with the Bridgeman Services Group. He said he remains a devoted PNM supporter despite the unfair treatment meted out to him. This is a whistleblower. I am a member of the PNM and I support the duly elected leader at all times, said Ragunanan. I don't see any cause for my suspension in the party. There is no section of the Constitution in which I am qualified to be suspended. I have been accused of exposing the corruption in the Fast Ferry situation. the tendering procedure. The People's National Movement, Guardian, same date, August 13, 2018. Guardian, the People's National Movement voted yesterday
Senator,
to
you have a title. You have a
expel.
title of that article?
Yes,
Yeah,
PNM stalwarts expelled. Yes. PNM's national movement voted yesterday. Voted, you know. And I have to sit here and listen to all of this talk about corruption, busting, and whistleblowing, and protection, and bring it on. And the UNC afraid thing. We're afraid nothing, especially not from the PNM. The People's National Movement voted yesterday to expel suspended long-standing member and financier Harry Ragunanan from the party. At a press conference at Balize House. This is the smaller Balize House, not the 120 million one with fancy air condition and thing now that we don't know where the money come from. This was in the original small one, right? Colmembe said none of the General Council members voted against the disciplinary committee's recommendation. So it was unanimous. PNM's attack and thwarting and punishing and suspending and expelling a whistleblower was unanimous. All you coming whistleblower to tell me about all you care about people and all you want information. And this whistleblower, and the point about this whistleblower, this wasn't PNM blowing whistle in the wind. Because they blow whistle, and like they have asthma, the whistle never go nowhere. It just keep blowing. But this whistleblower, the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Diego Martin West stated in Tobago in a meeting about the Bridgman's Company and the Charter Party agreement that that was crooked money. So the Prime Minister and leader of the PNM agreed with the whistleblower that something was awry, something was crooked, and yet the man still get bus throat suspended and pelt out at the PNM. I say PNM, all you give me a rest here and I can't take no more. And on top of that, as the article continues, they go on to talk about other officers of the PNM who talking, you know. Some of them we still don't know. They didn't need no whistle to blow, about 143,000 in cash that they say come out of bank, but did not come out of the bank, but went in an ex-bank. They didn't need a whistleblower, but where that reach? Where that reach with the police? Because we are here, everybody is talking like whistleblowing is the be-all and end-all to corruption now. That we in society, we going to be a country under the PNM where we get value for money, proper tendering, and so on because of this whistleblower. But you could blow a whistle anytime. You could blow a whistle by the police. You could blow a whistle by the Integrity Commission. You could blow a whistle anywhere. But when whistle blow under the PNM, things does just stop. The PNM is so disrespectful, it boggles the mind. Even to someone like me who knows the PNM DNA, I am still shocked when I come here because we have been in this Senate parliamentary term for a long time. And I commented about 2 months ago that this is the lowest level of work. We've had many Tuesdays when we don't come. Now, I don't mind. Because me, I really look forward to sitting across and looking at my PNM colleagues. I prefer to stay home and watch my child play tennis or study or something. However, all of a sudden, at the end of the term, the PNM come in with a haste to bring bill here, bring thing here, say they do this, come back here, come stay here till midnight, come. Why is that? There has been no legislative agenda. A country, this is a government that is running a country. Their decisions impact lives. Their decision impacts the safety and security of the country. And we can't have a legislative agenda, but at the end of the term, all you drink coffee and stay awake, come and listen to the PNM. That is disrespect of the highest order on top of incompetence.
46-1, please.
Okay, so Senator Roberts, 46-1 will be upheld. At this point in time, you've made your introduction, you've created a context, so I would ask you to refer to the clauses in the bill that's before us.
Yes, I will refer to many clauses, Honorable Mr. President, but I came late in the batting order, so I have to respond to some of my colleagues. So let me respond to some of the comments made by Independent Senator Dr. Remy. She said that we are 76th out of 180 in the Corruption Perception Index. And that's woeful, and that's terrible. I would just, and she suggests also that this whistleblower passing this will help us move up in those ranks. I would also like to proffer that passing strong procurement legislation with teeth that included a special majority, that included disposal of assets, included legal fees, included medical supplies, that keeping that legislation strong to protect people's money would have had an impact on the corruption perception index. Had we not in this parliament, in this red house, voted to water down a procurement legislation that was strong, that was designed to protect people's money, that was designed to make it difficult, that was designed to keep 6 degrees of whatever contact, whatever Senator said there, that was meant to keep eyes on the money, make it difficult for those with nefarious goals to touch it. That how did we then, in this red house, approve the watering down of a procurement legislation, and now we complain?
Mr. President, 46.1 and 53.1b, please.
So, yes, Senator Roberts, you have indicated what Senator Dillon-Remy said, and you are making the rebuttal argument towards that. But again, you're going a little bit too broad in the making of that argument in terms of the procurement regulation. Someone listening can think that we're debating procurement regulation, which is not the case. So again, if you're rebutting, rebut, but yes, keep it short.
Within procurement legislation, I'm just debating anti-corruption measures. I heard the word slew of legislation from the Honorable Attorney General, like two doesn't mean a slew. I didn't know, I have to check my thesaurus. But I am speaking to what this government does. They come here, they take measures and decisions to promote corruption or to allow corruption to exist and to be encouraged, and then come here to claim that they are corruption busters. The Honorable Minister of Social Development said it's a debate, so we debating. Now, the Honorable Senator also talked about John Maxwell. I don't know much about John Maxwell, but she said that John Maxwell spoke about the high road. Leaders take a high road, and therefore they set the culture of the organization. Honorable Vice President of the Senate, Maxwell, right? But what was strikingly amazing is that the leaders stopped just below the government. So the permanent secretaries, the directors, the CEOs, all of them need to be this high road level, but not the Prime Minister, not the cabinet, not the ministers, not those in charge. I put it to you from the side of the UNC that it is incumbent upon the leaders from the Prime Minister, the cabinet, and all the ministers to follow John Maxwell and be the high road, and therefore the culture will change. So to stand here and talk about leaders just below and leave the leaders who tell us that they're in charge and they will be in our face from right here like a jumbie from Lekoto, I find that unfortunate. It is incumbent on the leaders to lead and lead us out of this corrupt society, and the only way for us to do that is for the Prime Minister to not play game, call election, and we could move you all out so we could lead in the realm of John Maxwell. We have the leader. You know, it was amazing, Mr. President. I am not very artful or skillful in the domestic arts. To put it bluntly, I leave the place dirty. I don't go and wash dish and make a bed and sweep and thing. It's a failure on my part, but I was a spoiled child. That's like me coming home at any time and saying the place dirty. When I make the place dirty, I ain't wash my dish, I throw my shoes on the ground, I didn't clean up, but I have the audacity to come and say the place dirty. That is the PNM. You all have created the corruption, created the systems, abused the institutions, and now you come here to say, we come to clean up corruption with a piece of paper. Whistle could blow at any time. The whistle done blow on Bridgman's, what happened? The whistle done blow on 143,000 cash, nothing happened. The whistle done blow on Galleon's Passage, PNM, ministers procuring, nothing happened. Whistle done blow on the sale of 2 Porsche by one minister and saying in the parliament the wrong number, that no...
Senator Roberts, that is the context which you created in the first 10 minutes of your contribution. What I'll ask you to now, we have 29 clauses in the bill. Please get to the clauses in the bill, because even though you're responding to senators that have gone before from last night to now, you would notice that every single senator that has spoken at some point got to clauses in the bill and gave their observations thereof. So I would ask you to do the same now.
I will go to the clauses in the bill immediately, sir, and then come back to respond. And if you'd like that kind of mix, I could do that too. Right? So let us go to clause 7. It's very interesting, this clause 7 of the bill. Clause 7(1) says, a disclosure is protected. A protected disclosure if, B, it is made in good faith. At the time of making the disclosure, the whistleblower reasonably believes, based on the information he has at that time, that 1, the information disclosed and any allegation contained in it are substantially true. But we can continue to 7(2). A disclosure is not, however, protected. A disclosure is not a protected disclosure if the whistleblower discloses information which he knows or ought to reasonably to know is false. This is very interesting, especially when it is read in conjunction with Clause 4, which gives this act some retroactivity. Let's read Clause 4, since all LPNM like clause. Let me go with clause. This act applies to any disclosure made after the coming into force of this act, irrespective of whether or not the conduct or the improper conduct to which the disclosure relates occurred before or after the coming into force of this act. Very interesting. Now, I could tell you all, you're all going to see yourself in the court, but we're passing this now. PNM have the majority, simple majority, all sorts of discussion of why you take away the special majority and simple majority. Oh, no problem. But on this, with this retroactivity, accompanied with the clauses that I read before, Clause 7(2), a disclosure is not a protected disclosure if the whistleblower discloses information in which he knows or he ought reasonably to have known is false. I now take you to 2013, Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, Hansard, a motion brought into the Parliament and no confidence in a sitting Prime Minister. And I'm just going to quote from the Hansard of that day of the member for Dago Martin West. The first part, because you say that if you knew it was false, then you are also liable in section 22E and 22(2), you are liable in summary conviction to a fine of $15,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years. And this is retroactive. And section 2(1)B, conviction on indictment to a fine of $50,000 and to imprisonment for 10 years. So let's read a little from the Hansard of the member for Dago Martin West, taken on Monday, May 20th, 2013. And the member says, Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence at the beginning of this presentation to quote 3 statements from some very prominent people in the context of freedom of speech, which seems to be very apt at this point today. I want to quote from Mays in the context of freedom of speech. And the member for Dago Martin West continued, Mays, subject to the rules of order in debate, a member may state whatever he thinks in debate, however offensive it may be to the feelings or injurious to the character of individuals, and he is protected by his privilege from any action for libel, as well as any other question or molestation. The member for Dago Martin West then went secondly to show that what he knew what he was going to do was not give information that was factual or fact-based or evidence-based. His second quote he took was from Enoch Powell, a very prominent Northern Ireland parliamentarian in the UK, when he said in May 1978...
President, excuse me. Mr. President, 46(6), imputing improper motives, and 46(8).
So 46.6 with the imputation of improper motives. There's a slight anticipation in relation to where you're going. We all understand what it is you're trying to say as it relates to this particular bill. Just be extremely careful with how you're phrasing that.
Mr. President, don't know what the Honorable Minister is getting jumpy for. This is the words of his leader, the words of the Prime Minister, the words of the man who is bringing this legislative agenda on whistleblowing here. So what are you frightened about? The Honorable Prime Minister now, but then he was leader of the opposition, continued. He said that Enoch Powell said, it is part of the privilege of the House of Commons and individual members to say in this place not only what they could not say outside without the risk of process, but to be able to say that to which grave objection is taken by other honorable members. The third example of the well-researched member for Diego Martin West as he brought email gate into the parliament was from the House Speaker of the House in Australia, Speaker Snedden. And he said, I feel that we do not need to invent any rules whereby a speaker or anybody else should make the judgment as to whether a member should be allowed to proceed with his privileged attack on an individual. It would not be within the capacity of a speaker to make the right judgment because he would not have had the facts. He would not know. Therefore, the person raising the matter must bear the consequences himself. But I would not like to see the privilege limited or diminished in any way. And he continued. Now, one must recall that this was the member for Diego Martin West bringing things that were not emails. Because you are saying that in section 7.2, you ought to have known, should have known, or reasonably know. If 29 out of the 31 things could not even go up in the cloud because they were not email addresses, they did not have sufficient characters to be an email address, someone ought to have known. The Honorable Member for Diego Martin West.
On a point of order, 46.1, whistleblower in the context of this act is clearly defined in the bill itself, and therefore everything the member is saying is not relevant to this bill.
Okay, so Senator Roberts, I get the point now as you've developed it that you're trying to make could only lead to one end conclusion as it relates to this bill and clause 4 which you've identified, which has some level of retroactivity to it. Exactly. So what I'm saying is that, one, you've gone quite wide in terms of reading out what was in the Hansard record of that particular day to make the very point that that individual would now fall under breach of clause 4 after this bill is passed because of retroactivity. Again, 46.6 in that relation would come into play if that point is being made. So I would ask you to just move on from that point now, because 46.6 would be in breach at the end of conclusion of that point.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I've made the point enough, and they know enough, and they know what is right, and they know what is wrong, and they know what is whistleblowing, and they know what is fabrication. The PNM knows what is untruth and what cannot be proven, and all of them are ashamed, and they stand ashamed there today. So I will move on, but I'm just letting them know that the population understands and knows who you are. So don't come here and pretend in the Senate that you all come here to bring some legislation to do something which is against your very DNA. The honorable senator said she did not want to see. You see, because if in this slew of legislation, and if we are to believe the PNM, what they say they bring here today, that they want to fight corruption, we must look at their track record. We must look at them in government, what they have done.
Senator, you're making the same point again. That you have a seat. Have a seat. You're making the same point that you started off with, which is, again, just to paraphrase, that you're bringing a piece of legislation, but you are, guilty, for example, of doing the same thing. I've heard that Just a few moments ago, you stated it at 12:03 when you started, it's 12:29. What I'm looking for at this point, at the position that you've come in to this debate, which is quite far down, is to look at the clauses in the bill, refer to a particular clause and state any observations or opinions that you have on that clause without being tedious in repetition to anything that's been said before. Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not my fault that the PNM is guilty over and over and over in different elements of doing the wrong thing. It's not just one element. Anti-corruption fight takes many forms. You have to have corporate governance, you have to have tender procedures, you have to have competition, you have to have evaluation. As the Honorable Senator Hislop said, you have to have 6 steps of separation. But he was boasting that in Tobago they had no separation, it's one-on-one. I nearly thought it was Desmond Carty talking here in the Senate, the great PNM Desmond Carty, who say all are we thief, because they are not understanding that corporate governance provides checks and balances. Whistleblower legislation is just one element. So when the Honorable Independent Senator Dr. Remy says she does not like the meme saying that Boy Beryl didn't come here because in Trinidad they had a stiff win, then she must understand where that comes from. Now that statement originated on the afternoon drive on Power 102 in 2009 by the great Dennis Hall, a.k.a. Sprang Alang, is he who started that. So I'm glad that it's still going, right? But that's where it originated, on the airwaves of Power 102. But the senator said she does not want to see businessmen in the country meet face to face to get something under the table. But we see prime ministers and ministers meeting face to face with goods and service providers while active tenders are going on. That is not good corporate governance, and no whistleblower legislation, no piece of paper could eliminate that culture.
Mr.
In
President,
a
on
country.
a point of order, Standing Order 53(1)B, we were on to clauses, but it seems we're off of it now.
Okay, so, Senator, what I'm trying to get across is that as much as you are attempting to respond to statements and comments made by senators gone before, the comments that you've chosen to respond to are the ones that are borderline in relation to the bill that's before us. Again, what I'm listening for at this juncture is a clause, an observation in relation to that clause. Many senators have spoken to that. They have identified the clause and gave their observations on such. What they're talking about with teeth win and all of that is just added stuff. What we're looking for is the actual clause and your observations on that. Continue.
So, Mr. President, clause 24, they could dance, they could hide, they could do squats, but they can't get away from being the most incompetent government in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Section 24, a person who obstructs a whistleblower reporting officer or director or other officer of a whistleblowing reports unit in the performance of his duties under this act commits an offense and is liable on summary to conviction to a fine of $15,000 and imprisonment for 2 years. Now, when you hear this and you see what takes place, this bill is coming way too late. Because one would want to wonder, how did the Honorable Prime Minister of the PNM find out that a merit list was due to go to the office of the President on August 11, 2021? And therefore, how did he act and interact to prevent that from going forward? Was there any benefit? They say that a whistleblower cannot and should not receive any benefit. They should act in good faith. What was the position in that case? When I was in the Parliament in 2011, I really couldn't understand, because the PNM had a Prime Minister called Patrick Mervyn Augustus Manning. Good man, I have no problem with him. I may have disagreed with his policies and so on. But he sat and he told us about an instance that occurred in 1971, because I had been inquiring, why would this Prime Minister not deal with acts or known acts or alleged acts of corruption with people under his government, like Calder Hart, Uttara Rao, Montai, and so on. And the Honorable Prime Minister, who was then in chair number 12, he was now just a member of Parliament for San Fernando East, he regaled the Parliament about a story which is a very critical story that all of us as leaders and members of Parliament must know. He said that he was a parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Energy in 1971. He had uncovered some information about corruption in Tesoro, in the oil companies and so on. He had investigated. He had found this information, and he was going to his Prime Minister, Dr. Williams, to make his report. He told us with great detail. Dr. Williams took a pull of his cigarette and put it in a yellow ashtray. He took a pencil from out his ears, and he listened to every word of this whistleblower, Patrick Mervyn Augustus Manning, Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Energy. When he was finished presenting his arguments, he said the Honorable Prime Minister took the pencil out and put a line through all of his evidence and told him, young man, go and do the job I told you to do, and don't come with this. Now, when we see that culture, when we understand that that is a young individual who's later to become the Prime Minister, and then we see that he took the same position that he was taught, then we have to understand. When I see young senators like Senator Hislop talking about Point 14 Highway and talking about corruption in the UNC, and that the PNM is not corrupt, yet in the Point 14 Highway, the very PNM for 3 years has appointed a commission of inquiry, spent $17 million, and not one day has that commission.
So, Senator, I gave you a little berth because you did what I had guided you on in terms of calling out the clause. But I have to point out that when I ask you to call out a clause, you call out a clause, you read the clause, and then you go right back to the very point that you were making at the start of the contribution, which means that it's not following exactly what it is I'm asking you to do. So don't read out the clause and then go back to the very point that you made at 12:03 and it's now 12:36, because you are still in breach of tedious repetition if you're doing that. If you look at clause 24, which you just read, what you just stated before I rose to my legs has nothing to do with that. It has to do with what you stated in the first 5 minutes. So again, Senator Roberts, have a seat. Again, call the clause, state your observations on the clause, but it has to be relevant. Don't go back to what you stated in the first part.
Mr. President, last time I lost 2 minutes, now is the next, but it's okay. Let me go to clause, this clause 23.3. Yes, no Santa Claus. Whether in the making of the disclosure to the whistleblowing reports unit, the employee complied with the internal procedures referred to in section 11.1. And part 3, where a person makes a disclosure to a whistleblowing reports unit, the director of the whistleblowing reports unit shall, within 45 days after receiving the disclosure, consider and reach a conclusion as to whether it is appropriate for the disclosure to be made externally. This had to be madness. Who is this director? What's the qualification? Is this a police officer? Is this a director of public prosecution? Is this an attorney? Who is this person to determine whether information given to them can be made or allowed to be made externally? And what does externally mean? Does it mean that they could come now and say anything and go on Express or come in the Parliament and talk out open channels on the airwaves and say anything, whether substantiated, unsubstantiated, which is the norm of the PNM? So when we see this, we see that the PNM is creating a layer to make their modus operandi in politics, especially in the electoral process, where they get on platform and just tell untruths, repeat it 1,000 times, and come in here. We even heard yesterday, but it's Lincoln, you see, with Senator Hislop, when he was given a little nudge by Senator Lee Singh, he talked about live sport, but you could see live sport they've spoken about. They talk about it over 10 years, but they can't go outside and call one allegation on the minister, Anil O.E. Roberts, and anything in life sport. This is the audit that has been quashed. This audit, if you look in that audit, you cannot find the minister position, the name Anil Roberts anywhere, and that has been quashed. but they keep coming to repeat their untruths, to give innuendo. And part and parcel of this whistleblower is to give credence or credibility through this creation of some unit and director who they would appoint to give whatever somebody wants to say some form of credibility. So when the PNM comes with it, I challenge any one of them if they have testicular fortitude.
Senator, you have 4 more minutes.
Yes, like the strong, tough Randall Mitchell to go outside there and call Anil Roberts' name in anything. They've spent $50 million. They have all the police. They control what they want, and they can find nothing. So don't come here with whistleblower legislation pretending that you're coming to fight corruption. We heard the Honorable Prime Minister 10 days ago talk about, just so he offered and proffered this information, that he was sleeping somewhere early in the morning and he heard that the DPP was going to bring 17 charges on him, and his lawyers got to action and he dealt with it. Well, it was a secret. That's why it was overturned, because he was not informed that those charges were going to be brought. And now we see in this whistleblower legislation, brought by the very man who said that he was hurt and it bothered him that this Integrity Commission had gone so far to carry 17 charges by the DPP, and police were coming down by him without him being given the opportunity to respond. It's bringing whistleblower legislation with those same clauses in here, giving secret anonymous accusations from unknown people that could be disseminated externally by a director appointed by whom? And that is a problem with this legislation. I could blow a whistle right in here, but I won't bother. I'll blow it somewhere else about a minister there who's building, fixing up house and so on in Cascade and making bills out to a dead man name. That is a very serious thing. What about that whistleblower? Who do I blow that whistle to now? Anybody on that side? Will that go anywhere? Will it reach anywhere? The Honorable Independent Senator Vera said, with this bill, even cowards will come forward with information. Unfortunately, Senator, the vindictive culture of the PNM, the wicked culture of the PNM, the corrupt culture of the PNM has exalted the corrupt over the righteous and has made cowards of billionaires. It's made cowards of millionaires. It's made cowards of police, ex-police, lawyers. It's made cowards of public servants.
President, standing order 53(1)(b). So again, Senator Roberts, you have 1 minute left. Wrap up.
Because it's becoming, I mean, even in the Euro Championship and the Copa America, we get injury time. The independent office holders, retired judges, all of our nation have become cowards under the weight of the vindictive PNM. Even senior counsel have become cowards as they wait for a brief and wait for the PNM permission to speak. Our country is in a mess. The culture must change. The PNM created the culture. The PNM imprints the culture. For the culture to change, the PNM must go. All you can call stand in order from now till thy kingdom come. But the people are waiting for you, and they will riot with their finger one by one and eliminate the PNM from the culture, because the PNM is patently corrupt. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Maharaj.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the 9 months I've been in this Senate, this is the most exciting piece of legislation that has come before me. It is also potentially revolutionary if we know what to do with it. Because my great fear, as much as I have hope, my great fear is that it may be too hot to handle. And with that, I can parallel it really to the procurement legislation. Because procurement legislation, the Procurement Act, had so much of what we needed to straighten out the corruption. But we weren't ready, and we started to take shortcuts, and it is a shadow of itself, though still on its legs, and perhaps we may grow into that responsibility. This time, however, we're coming to corruption from the perspective, from the other end of the spectrum. And I would like to think it is the ordinary person who is described as an employee. this is where we are coming up against a very worrying culture of fear in this society. We say all the time, see something, say something. And you're seeing something and you're not saying something. And why? It's a very logical response of a people who might have, might have very big mouths and talk a lot, but the minute you say, stand up and say it by yourself, they say, not me and that. I didn't see, I don't know, I don't want to know. And we have to restore confidence, people's confidence. I shouldn't say restore, I don't think we really ever had that confidence. But we have to grow into the confidence that is required of an independent people in a sovereign state. And so to the extent that this piece of legislation puts protection in the hands of those who would like to, but are afraid, and justifiably in many cases, I can come to the point, as someone once said, if something is worth doing, it's worth doing badly. This is not to say that I'm not continuing in the pursuit of the elusive quality of perfection as I think I was the person accused of doing yesterday, as though mediocrity is where we should wallow. This is not going to be, my hope for this legislation is tempered by fear that at the first sign of its potential power, we might run. And I'm talking about everybody, because employers are all over, the public, the private sector. And so I will come to try to follow the stricture from the president of dealing. I felt that my colleagues have dealt very well with the clause by clause, both in the opposition and among the independents, in terms of finding the problem points, opening up the discussion. We need this legislation to work, and therefore, to the extent that it needs more work, we should encourage it. The opposition, like my colleague, Senator Vera, I sat with the bill from 2019 and 2022, and I went through them clause by clause. I found one minor editing change, and of course in the regulations where it has a little more detail. It's exactly the same. We have been told that the Attorney General's the legal advice from him is that this does not require a special majority, and the opposition is convinced it does. And I would encourage the opposition to go to the court at the first possible opportunity. Do not wait for when we have a case, when somebody should be found guilty, but they can't because it is found to be unconstitutional. We want to know that we stand on good ground with this piece of legislation, and if it is found to be unconstitutional, we will come back and and get it on its legs properly. We want all the whatever weaknesses because we need this piece of legislation to work. We do not need it to adorn the law books. So I want to deal with areas of the law of the bill here that under it are conditions that we need to discuss a bit. For example, Section 6, protected disclosures. An employee of an organization may make a disclosure of improper conduct to a whistleblowing reporting officer or whistleblowing reports unit. Now, I don't know how we are selecting these individuals, what training, what is the code or the protocol. And so that is I imagine those will come with the regulations or whatever you want to describe them, that will come. But we have to, what we are doing, this is almost like the procurement officers in various ministries. They have to be insulated from the reporting structure and the influence of their own bosses to do their work properly. We have also the example of the officers who work in the Freedom of Information units. These individuals have to be insulated and operate independent and be able to conform and to follow a clear protocol that applies to every one of them across the board. I don't know how we're going to get that. To me, the public sector is the appropriate place to commit the private sector seems to be not bound to, but employees in that sector can go to any designated authority, whether it's the Bureau of Standards, the central bank, whichever is appropriate, you can go. If you're working for a doublesman, it was explained to me, and you find that doublesman or the corn soup lady is doing something with the food, then you can look at the designated entities and take your report. But taking your report, these are the subjectivity, personal proclivities, biases, ability to withstand perceived threats, but that may not even be real, but the fear that so many of us have. That integrity that has to underpin this operation is not something we can take for granted. We cannot just say this is a manual, follow it. And so that is, it's something that will have to be seriously thought through with as much input as we can in how to insulate these officers and the person who's receiving. What if we come to the position where the permanent secretary says, you're under my authority, I need to see that? How are we going to tell if that happens? Will that reporting officer become the whistleblower? It can happen, but the biggest fear here is that unless we can do so much work and cross that threshold of fear, this bill can become just useless. We will continue saying we know, but we're not going to say. And we will have ticked off a box on whistleblower legislation that will be meaningless. To have lost that opportunity, that is my fear. And therefore, I think that this is a piece of legislation that has to be buttressed by civil society. We know political parties in office and out of office are two different creatures, right? And what you might champion in office, you might not champion opposition, and vice versa. But it is to the society as a whole that the benefit, it is the rest of the society. It is the transparency, Trinidad and Tobago, Law Association, Media Association, Medical Association, community organizations. There is a massive job, and I am urging civil society, individuals and citizens who really want us to get past this culture of fear that holds us back, to get involved in this. I'm finding for the private sector, I think I have heard them say they support it, but I would like to hear a more invigorated discussion about this legislation, because it's being passed very quickly. We have not had an awakening as I have said, to the revolutionary potential of this, and that we can explore to our benefit. I think, for example, I can make some other points about this legislation. I think the reporting officer who breaches the confidentiality, that person should get a far more substantial punishment than I think is 600,000. In other words, the money you can pay but just 2 years, other people can get 10 years. I think that person has the responsibility, the sacred responsibility, and that they should feel the full weight, because that is the great weakness in this, that people in positions of authority are inclined to protect themselves. We know that. And yeah, so I'm saying that should be, I would like to see a sterner fine for that. That's all. In terms of the employers with dealing with internal disclosures, an employer shall appoint and keep in his employ such whistleblowing reporting officers as are required for the purposes of this act. Now, these officers, is it one person, is it a unit? They shall. How does one report, so if you've got the, you've come, you've blown the whistle on somebody, you're required to write it. I'm in agreement, because I think a person who is serious enough about this, but they will only put their name and agree to write if this is a chicken and egg question. They will have to come to the view that they can trust the process. Otherwise, when you say, put it in writing, even if they hold a position, they might say, I'm not ready to do that. So we need a few early examples that will imbue people with trust. Whether we will get that or not, that is, I mean, you can't manipulate that. We will just have to see whether it brings people out. And I think that this is where the discussion that is needed in the wider society can help shape the regulations that follow. And who is it? You know, these are the weaknesses, or the areas for clarity. An employer shall appoint and keep in his employees such a what are the qualifications of these people? Who do you choose? I think Senator Teemal said, well, you might choose your family. It's a business after all. The whistleblower, if the reporting officer, if you have a sense, you might not even know they are leaking the information. You might not even know. So, but if you do, then I suppose you go to a designated entity and hope that they don't do the same thing. So I think so much has been said about this law, the Whistleblower Act, that I think is valid. The question is whether the government is willing to take some of these things on board in the interest of getting a very effective and workable piece of legislation, but more importantly, whether the society can be stimulated in taking control and possession of this piece of legislation by the way we extract from it the value that can be had. If we do not see it as belonging to us, if we do not come to the point of having the confidence to activate it and to demonstrate that it actually works, then we will not get anything from it. It will just be useless. But I think, for example, we are seeing that we could see the back. We have had a case in the past where a woman reported a senior official and got some money and signed a non-disclosure agreement. That is not allowed under this bill, and I think that is really important. And so this thing about, well, take your money and hush your mouth, just to see the back of that. But if it happens, if, for example, it happens, suppose somebody does do that, suppose somebody is bribed to silence, then somebody else, seeing a wrong has happened, can report that. And so this is a bill that I am happy to support, fearful that we might not have the courage and that we might not have the capacity for, and I'm not talking about the courage of just members here, I'm talking about the courage as a society. I think this is a bill to get out into the wider public. I think it is a population that is going to make this bill happen. And therefore, there is a requirement on all of us who identify with civil society to take it out of this chamber into the wider society. Thank you.
Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to join in this debate on this very important piece of legislation. Mr. President, let me start off by saying that when the UNC supports legislation, you can be sure that it is good legislation that we are supporting. We support laws where we believe there has been sufficient thought. We support laws where we are certain that the law can operate in such a way as to encourage or to address the problem that is really being faced by society. We support laws that we believe is for the peace, order, and good governance of Trinidad and Tobago. We support laws where we are given an opportunity to express our concerns and there's a thoughtful, meaningful, substantial response to those concerns from the government, and we are satisfied that we have done our duty to the population. Unfortunately, this piece of legislation falls woefully short of that standard. Woefully short. And I have no argument with what the government says in terms of we have a problem with corruption and we have to address it. That is a known fact. I don't think anybody can argue with that. It's difficult to sit down here and listen to people talk about corruption and fixing corruption when, you know, somebody blow a whistle on them and now they turn around and sue in the state because somebody blew the whistle on them and breach their rights. It's very difficult to sit down and listen to a government talk about they want to fight corruption and protect women when they have no problem with NDAs being signed when people are paid off to remain quiet because they're being harassed in the workplace. It's very difficult to sit down and listen to that. But I have no argument
So,
with
Senator,
them.
I won't stand so you don't have to sit, but we've heard all of that already. So if you could skip that part and get to the clauses, which I know you would have, would be appreciated.
Mr. President, I just felt the need to mention that because I want them to know that we sit here and we listen and we give due consideration to what they say. And so I could accept that this legislation is perhaps intended to pursue a legitimate aim of protecting whistleblowers, but that's just only one element of it. It must be done in such a way that the law can withstand scrutiny. We gave our support yesterday to a piece of legislation that we believed met that threshold, that it could withstand judicial scrutiny, it could withstand a challenge in the court. See, they are so accustomed to having legislation struck down because of the manner in which they approach this lawmaking process that it's like they don't care anymore. So Senator Maharaj, who spoke just before me, is saying, well, the opposition should go. We should go and challenge it if that's what we believe. Why should we have to go? Why should the government be allowed to come here after, as they say, many attempts acknowledging, and I'll get to the very poor excuse being put forward for removing the special majority clause, but they come here and are willing to push a piece of legislation through Parliament that they know ought to be brought here with a special majority in order for it to be good law and to withstand the level of scrutiny that will come. It will come, and it will come because of everything that I'm going to identify in the course of my contribution here today, because there are several shortcomings, not only legal issues, but in terms of the operation of this law. And I want to give, a compliment to my colleague, Senator Bisramsingh, who very meticulously and in a very orderly way went through clause by clause and identified several of the shortcomings of this legislation. She makes my life very easy when she's here because she's able to do that. But Senator Bisramsingh highlighted so many issues, and I think it was Senator Teemal, I wasn't physically here, but I was listening. Senator Teemal said that he would have liked the benefit of having a full GSC process on this. I 100% agree, because all of these issues and how each mechanism in this bill is supposed to work, it's not just about how functional the legislation could be, it is at which different junctures in the operation and implementation of this legislation the law can be challenged or it can lead to unintended consequences. And those are the things that you flesh out in a GSC. And again, a government that wants to and is committed to passing good law would take the time to listen and to do that. And so I say today, if this government wants to fulfill its duty to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and make good law, withdraw this bill, send it back to a GSC, and let all of the issues be ventilated properly, and come back here with a proper piece of legislation that will accomplish the intended aim that you say you have. Because you see, that's why people think that there's a nefarious sort of aim on the part of the government when they come here to shove through this piece of legislation without giving the time and due consideration that it requires. It is a serious piece of law. It is a piece of law that everyone acknowledges from since 2016 come forward interferes with fundamental rights. Do you just push a piece of legislation through Parliament because there's a timeline and the clock running down on you now, without giving it consideration when it has such serious consequences for people's rights? When you are asking people to utilize a piece of legislation and do something which, as Senator Gopi Singh and others have agreed, can actually put somebody's life at risk? No, you make sure you have a good law. And so that is where we are here today. Let me get to the issue of the special majority. We've all heard time and time again about the history of this bill with respect to the special majority clause and the decision to remove it. Mr. President, when the Attorney General stands here and says that he has now received advice that he can remove the special majority clause on the basis of the Suraj decision, which came in 2022. Well, I don't know, maybe he could fool some people with that, but he can't fool me with that. Because Suraj did not change the law. And there's a man who, if he know only one case, and they give him silk, is Surat. And they give him silk for knowing one case, but even he know that the law long before Suraj, the intention of the Suraj case was to try to displace and reverse what has been the law in Surat as enunciated by Lady Hale that was upheld by the majority in Barry Francis. Those things happened since 2000, and I think Barry Francis was 2014, Surat was 2006 or 7. So is the Attorney General coming here today to try to tell us that when the CPC Senior Counsel Ian McIntyre wrote his opinion in 2016, he was not aware of Surat and Barry Francis? Suraj came after, and Suraj confirmed the position, but that was the law. The law was that that Parliament can pass law if they felt it was proportional and so on. So coming now to say, well, I've removed it, and that being the reason, that's not the reason. The reason is because you don't have the support and you want to push it through, so you just remove the special majority clause. If you believed that there was some big change in circumstances by the Suraj decision of 2022, why you put the special majority clause in the bill we deal with yesterday? Why? If you could pass law anyhow you want because Suraj all of a sudden says so in 2022, why did you put the clause in yesterday and ask us to support you? And I never thought the day would come when I say this, but I have to give a compliment to the Minister of National Security, or his speechwriter, who gave a very comprehensive, detailed account of the law coming through Hines and then and Surat and Barry Francis and the majority and what the minority said, and then finally ending up with Suraj. But if you had listened to what he was saying, you would understand that the law and how we deal with proportionality and that requirement didn't change. And the Minister of National Security stood here and said, it is because the court gives greater deference to the special majority when there's a challenge and so on, is why they included it yesterday. So why not include it here today? Don't you want to make the best possible law? So do not use the excuse of Suraj in 2022 as being the change in circumstance that has caused you to remove the special majority. That is not so. Many others have raised it, but I will reiterate. Again, you want buy-in, you want confidence in this process, you want a good law, make the opinion that you say that you have gotten public. Make it public. We have seen the opinion from the CPC. It went to a joint select committee. But to stand here, it is insulting, not just to us on this side who you ask to support a bill, but it is insulting to the country, to the nation, to the people who have put you there to do a particular function, to stand up and say, a nameless, faceless senior counsel has now advised me. Well, I hope it's not the same senior counsel that advised them that they could proclaim one section of a law and put off an election. I hope it's not the same senior counsel that advised them to send a pre-action protocol letter to the Auditor General instead of coming here to put off, to seek a proper extension of time to lay a report. Because people of this country are tired.
The partner, you get it from.
They are tired of the mistakes and the mishaps on the part of this government. And so I say today, if you are relying on a legal opinion for something as serious as this, make it public. Yeah. Make it public, circulate it to the members of this House who you are asking to support you without that special majority clause, and tell us why you feel the need. Because again, people who don't understand, they think that some big revolution in the law took place with Suraj. Mr. President, a law can still be challenged if it is found to not be reasonably justifiable in a society that has respect for the rights and freedoms of individuals. So that did not change in Suraj, you know. And we want to be sure when we pass a law that it meets that threshold. And when we go now and say that this parliament, if it is that it comes down to that this parliament passes a bad law and it has to be struck down because it should have had the majority, who is going to suffer? Not the people who we say want to come and make whistleblower reports, and who may make reports pursuant to this legislation which could then be struck down. Who is going to suffer? It's not the opposition. We don't suffer when they make their mistakes. We don't. It's the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and so that is why they should come properly and do this thing properly. If it could be challenged because it is disproportionate from not meeting the standards set out in Section 13, then we will have a problem. And even back in 2016, when the CPC raised his concern, he himself said, because again, he understood the law as it then was enunciated in Barry Francis, as it was enunciated in Surat, that even if you put in the special majority, that challenge could still stand. And this is what he said. He said it is arguable, however, that even if the bill is passed with such special majority, it may still be unconstitutional under Section 13(1) of the Constitution on the grounds that it is not reasonably justifiable in a society that has proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individual. The bill permits personal and confidential information to be obtained in contravention of the criminal law and protects persons who obtain and disclose such information from criminal liability. Mr. President, I heard, I think it was Senator Gopi Singh yesterday talking about that. He said, you know, the bill permits protection for someone who can hack your personal data, and people on the side scoffed and laughed and said, oh my goodness, or you know, the UNC, we're always raising something to frighten people or whatever. We didn't say it. Go and laugh at Ian McIntyre, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. He said that is part of the danger of this law. It insulates a person who might engage in what would otherwise be criminal conduct. It insulates them from liability. And in any law like that, you have to balance rights. So let us decide now, hey, and that's what this debate and what this examination of this bill should be about. Not all this airy-fairy, we want to fight corruption, we want to fight. Nobody believe you. Let's just stop right here. So speaker after speaker after speaker could stand up and say, we want to fight corruption, we want to fight corruption. I think my colleague Senator Roberts has done an excellent job of showing why nobody will believe that you are interested in fighting corruption. All right, so leave that right there. You ain't fooling nobody with that. If you want to bring a law, because you promised that you would bring it, well then let's look at how the law will function. Let's look at this and let us decide what we are asking people to do under this piece of legislation. Firstly, and why is it so of grave concern? The law encroaches upon some very fundamental rights, and that is, the first one is the right to due process and protection of the law. And in that said case that they're banding about called Dominic Suraj, which I don't know if any of them have actually read, it recognizes that the Constitution is a living instrument. It recognizes that it's not a document frozen in time. It recognizes that the law must be applied in such a way that keeps pace with the way in which society is evolving. So the right to protection of the law has significantly evolved over time. And if you go and you read cases like C. Prasad and the Commissioner of Prisons in the Privy Council, and the Maya Leaders Alliance case coming out of Belize, you will see how the issue of protection of the law has evolved far beyond the concept of access to the court. And so when you are passing a piece of legislation that, on the advice of senior counsel, the CPC, the draftsman, who I know has been drafting law since I think I was in school uniform, but when on the advice of that particular person says that, look, this right is being encroached upon, and we recognize that that right is being encroached upon, we have to examine what that right really means and if we have sufficient protections for the persons from whom we are taking away that right. So if I or one of us here is the subject of a whistleblower report, how can we then have sufficient protections in place for that person? Yes, we want to protect the whistleblower. That's fine, but you must have a balancing of rights. There is always a balancing of rights. That is what makes a law proportional. Proportionality is not a nice word introduced by Suraj. You have to understand what it means. Where is the proportionality? Let's go first with one of the issues here, and it comes from the definition section. The definition of improper conduct. Improper conduct is very broad. The number of things that can fall under that category of improper conduct. But you know what is one of the most dangerous ones? Willful concealment of any act described in paragraphs A to H. So you have a number of things listed that you don't necessarily have to engage in the conduct, but someone can make a report against you because they believe, and we'll get to the nature of that belief just now, they believe that you have engaged in willful concealment of one of those acts. So I am an employee of a company, and I believe that somebody in the company has failed to carry out a legal obligation, but I also believe that the person sitting in the office next to them is guilty of willful concealment of them failing to carry out that legal obligation, and I decide to file a report against that person. Can a person against whom a report like that is made, are there sufficient mechanisms built into this law for them to be able to dispel that notion? It starts with looking at what is a protected disclosure. The disclosure made against a person in circumstances like that will be protected if it is made in good faith. Very broad concept. If at the time of making the disclosure, the whistleblower reasonably believes, based on information he has, that it is, and it goes on to say, substantially true. So it don't have to be altogether true, It doesn't have to be concrete. He doesn't have to be 100% certain. He believes it to be substantially true. And that will be a protected disclosure. If it is in those circumstances where I am found or anybody is reported as being guilty of improper conduct by way of willful concealment of someone else's offense, how do I dispel that notion when it is a protected disclosure based on somebody having a reasonable belief that it is substantially true? So I could have a reasonable belief in some half-truth, as Senator Roberts has highlighted, like Emailgate. I could have a reasonable belief, and I could say, well, I made this in good faith. Whether it amounts to anything or not, I acted in good faith because I had a reasonable belief that this was at least halfway true. And I will have a protected disclosure. And that protected disclosure will never be known to the person who is the subject of that disclosure. How is that fair? We are not only looking at protection for the whistleblower, you must also balance it with fairness for the person who is the subject of the report. That is what makes a law proportionate. That is what will satisfy the test of Suraj and Surat and Barry Francis and all of those cases. And that is what makes a law a good law. So we could move on now and say that when the disclosure will not be protected, it talks about he ought reasonably to have known that it is false. So if I want to now access my right to the protection of the law, which I'm guaranteed under Section 4 of the Constitution, it falls upon me as the subject of a whistleblower report to dispel the notion that this whistleblower ought reasonably to have known that it was false. You see the standard that we are setting? It is an impossible standard. It is quite simply an impossible standard. And I say all of this to highlight why this bill requires a special majority, why it requires further interrogation. And I could go on, and I can go through all the different examples in here where there is an imbalance. There is quite simply an imbalance in terms of what you are trying to accomplish and the perhaps legitimate aim that you are trying to pursue with the damage that could be done to ordinary, regular citizens. At the end of the day, all persons, whether you are subject to a police report, an integrity commission report, a whistleblower report, any kind of report, the Constitution guarantees you certain rights, and you should have the right to be able to not just address the report made against you, but you should have the right to seek redress. And that's the second thing here. This law seriously impacts upon your ability to seek redress before the courts. Now, not just by making it impossible and setting an impossible standard, but it altogether removes the right in certain circumstances. So someone can commit a criminal offense, like, you know, it's an offense to steal mail in this country, right? It's an offense to steal mail. Somebody can steal mail from your mailbox and uncover your personal information or uncover something that they believe and gives them the reasonable belief that you are involved in any of those things that is defined as improper conduct, failing to perform a legal duty, damage to the environment, all of these things. They could recover that type of information through a criminal act themselves, and they are being offered protection. And what is your recourse? None. Because they had a reasonable belief, and they acted in good faith when they made a report against you. Disproportionate, please, Mr. President, and I will go further on that. Now, I think that it is clear that the wording in this legislation and the protections offered to people who are the subject of reports that are unsubstantiated needs to be looked at again. But apart from that, I think we also need to look very carefully at some of the procedural things that are set up by this law. And I want to move on now, because I know time is running out, to the internal disclosure process. Mr. President, I know it has been raised before about the need for an independent regulator. And something that this bill does not contemplate is quite simply the resource and capability of all the people who will be affected by this. Yesterday, again, we discussed at length the operability and how things will operate and all of the requirements needed for laws that would affect a very well-defined group of public officers. This law affects 1.4 million people. Every employer and employed person is governed by this piece of law. And I think Senator Bisramsingh made the point that even in the drafting of the bill, it's been very clumsy and careless, because you impose a positive duty upon an employer, which is anybody. So I have a housekeeper and a yard boy. I am an employer. I had somebody to get a whistleblower report from them. I pay NIS for them. I'm an employer. So I need to have I think my doubles man have 3 vans. He employing about 25 people. He had to have a whistleblower reporting officer. That is what this law imposes, a positive duty on an employer to set up and designate somebody to receive whistleblower reports. Anybody who took the time to study what pertains in other jurisdictions would realize that if you want to implement a law like this, the first place you start is the public sector. That is the first place you start. You want to deal with corruption, deal with the public sector first. And then you roll it out on a risk-based approach to the private sector. You cannot expect a conglomerate, a multinational company, to implement a law in the same way as you would have a parlor? Who's going to get a whistleblower report from the doubles man who dumping all the stale oil in the river? He committed an environmental offense, something harmful to the environment as improper conduct. But you're going to have a whistleblowing reporting officer there, but you impose a positive duty. So a proper structure for this bill would be to have a regulatory authority that will not only function as the whistleblowing reporting unit for businesses under a certain size or with less than a certain amount of employees and so on, but who will also act as the regulator to as a check and balance on those persons who have to implement internal units. Because nowhere in Section 10, when it says at Clause 11, the employer shall have in operation internal procedures, who coming to check on the procedures? Who is coming to check on to see if they have those procedures? They have an obligation here. The employer shall publish and republish widely in his organization all of the procedures and so on. Who coming to check and to see that he's doing that at regular intervals? There's nobody. There is a big gaping hole in the structure and the workability of this legislation. I can't say it enough times. Bad law. And the reason we will not support this law have nothing to do with we afraid earlier, we afraid this, we afraid who, we afraid the other. 10 years now, all the ball and corruption all over the place. Now they can't lock up nobody from the government, from the People's Partnership government. Up to now, nobody. So we have nothing to be afraid of. You know what we are afraid of? I am afraid of PNM incompetence. Because anybody who could bring a piece of law like this to our parliament and ask for support when there are such serious shortcomings, when it is unworkable, when it lacks basic infrastructure to implement, you are criminally dangerous. You are a criminally dangerous government to bring a law like this. Criminal incompetence. That is what it is. Criminal, tick our box. Because you see, none of your promises have materialized from the last election, and so you're trying to check a box here now. But we will not facilitate that process on your part by going with a piece of law that is so deficient, please, Mr. President. So that is a major shortcoming. There are consequences for disclosing the identity of the whistleblower. And there's a requirement that the whistleblowing reporting officer, I'm dealing with the internal disclosures now, the whistleblowing reporting officer must within 30 days notify the whistleblower of the status of the disclosure. So 30 days pass, and I could tell, as the whistleblowing reporting officer, tell the whistleblower, I'm still investigating, and then that's it. Talk done. And poor whistleblower have to sit down there now and decide, well, what do I do? Do I go to one of the units in one of these listed agencies? Do I wait? What happens? In fact, the law goes on to say that this officer, and again, I don't know if they think that every organization and every employer in this country has somebody with the competence and capability to receive this information, process it, analyze it, disseminate it. You are essentially asking somebody to become an investigator, to review documents, and to come to a conclusion. And again, this person, you could be working in a grocery. You could be in a family-based business. You could be selling doubles. You could be selling snow cone, corn soup. You could be in a conglomerate working. But you have to have someone who has the ability to do this. But that person, where it is apparent that action has been taken to rectify or deal with the improper conduct disclosed, it wouldn't be necessary for them to take the, for them to comply with subsection 1. So they don't have to deal with that 30-day requirement in order, if they feel that enough has been done. So they can satisfy themselves. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous, because it means that the whistleblowing reporting officer, if they are compromised, there's no duty of accountability to the whistleblower. The whistleblower can make his or her report, and they could sit down there and never hear from the whistleblowing reporting officer again. And what is their recourse? The bill is silent on that. The bill is silent on what recourse he has. If he feels that nothing has been done, it goes on to say later on that he can go to one of the external units and so on. But is that encouraging the culture that we want? All this talk about culture and changing the culture and so on. You know, this reminds me a little bit about the, when we tried to introduce anti-money laundering compliance, and we brought businesses under the Proceeds of Crime Act, and we set up the FIU, and we tried to have a culture of compliance amongst private sector entities. Excuse me. And the level of implementation that was required had to be gauged, it had to be risk-based, recognizing that people in different organizations of different sizes and different levels of competence and different levels of experience and in different levels and types of business activity, you had to gauge and make the legislation flexible enough that it could apply to them. This has a serious level of rigidity and inflexibility that will make it impossible for these internal disclosures to take place. Let me move on to the external disclosures now. The requirements of the external disclosure, it means that the director of one of these units, and I think Senator Roberts touched on it, can make a determination that the external disclosure was not the appropriate forum and send the whistleblower back to the internal disclosure to make an internal disclosure. I find that to be counterproductive. Why is the external body a government agency? All of the bodies that are listed there are government bodies. And you know, it's kind of thing that out of these 21 designated bodies, at least 4 of them are agencies which yesterday they came to say it have so much corruption, they need to put lie detector and lie detector and what? The biometric and all kind of them. But these are the agencies that you're saying you must go and blow the whistle to, right? Okay, no problem. And these are the same agencies that they are saying can make a determination that this whistleblower should go back. Well, whether they're telling the truth or not, but that the appropriate forum for them to do is to go back internally. Why would the whistleblower not go internally, come externally, and then you are giving the power of the external agency to send them back? Senator Bisramsingh used the example of when you go in one police station and they send you here, there, everywhere. And I think that in most of those cases, they just frustrate you. I think that is what that clause is setting up whistleblowers for, a level of frustration. Because if I don't feel comfortable going to my internal whistleblowing reporting officer to make a report, and I come to the TTPS or the Central Bank or the Securities and Exchange Commission, why are you giving them the power to send me back? That is a power to frustrate people, Mr. President, and I don't believe that that clause serves any purpose, and I don't believe it is right to have it included in this particular piece of legislation. What are the consequences to an agency that doesn't investigate, or doesn't do a proper investigation? How will you know when there's no requirement for feedback? Who is the whistleblowing reporting officer accountable to within the organization? These are things that would make this law proportionate. It would make the law in pursuing a legitimate aim. We cannot stand here and say, because I say so, because the Attorney General says so, because somebody else says so, that the law is pursuing a legitimate aim. You have to see that spelled out in the clauses, Mr. President. And again, I say this bill falls woefully short, and because of that, we cannot support it. And I would hope that in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the government will take our advice and give this law some greater consideration before they try to pass it. We don't pass laws for the sake of passing laws. We pass laws because we believe it's in the best interest of the country. And if you want the support of the opposition, you have to show that you have given due consideration to all of the concerns raised. And then you can get support. I cannot overemphasize the need for a balanced approach in lawmaking. It is very important. And this law lacks that. It lacks that balance that is required. And so we will not be able to support something that has such dire consequences for people. We will not support
Senator, you
law.
have 4 more minutes.
We cannot support law that lacks procedural safeguards, and so we ask the government to take take on board the suggestions. You've had many good suggestions coming out from all of the contributions here today. Take them on board, go back to the drawing board, and produce something that could withstand scrutiny, and is a good law that will achieve the intended objective. I thank you.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'm grateful for a few minutes to add my voice in support of this whistleblower bill, of course intended to do everything as is described in the long title of the bill, which I wouldn't go on now to repeat. Many of us have repeated the long title of the bill and all that it is intended to do. I want to start off in an unusual fashion in joining with my colleague, Senator Roberts, in sending our prayers as well on this side on behalf of the government to our CARICOM neighbors, Grenada, Carriacou, and Jamaica. And we hope that all will be well in time to come. And of course, this is not about debit cards, but we are here for our Caribbean neighbors. And I would also join with Senator Roberts in commending the Honorable Prime Minister and in commending the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry for very quickly springing into action to assist our CARICOM neighbors. And that is the end of that. Mr. President, I want to say something at the outset. We are aware of your tendency to take your political battles into the court, and we are not afraid of you. We will meet you anywhere, whether it is in the court of law or in the court of public opinion, and we will beat you. But Mr. President, here's the problem I have with this matter of taking these things to the court, because I want to whistleblow here today. Mr. President, the UNC does not pay their bills, and they are owing the People's National Movement money in cost. They are consistently losing matters. They are taking us to court, and when they lose, they are not paying their bills. Pay your bills. You are owing us millions of dollars in costs. And more than that, when they take the government to court over these frivolous contention and these frivolous matters, it is the taxpayer who have to foot those bills, you know. And when they lose, they're hiding, they're not paying the taxpayer. They're not paying their costs. That is the problem that I have and that we have in this matter of you always taking your political battles to court. It's not a problem, you know, take it to court. When you lose, pay your costs. Mr. President, we've heard, well, let me start off with Senator Lutchmedial. We've heard from Senator Lutchmedial, and she says something that is often said by the opposition, that we will support good law. There is nothing more ambiguous about that statement. Anytime they disagree with a particular piece of legislation, we will support good law. But then does not go on to suggest what is good law. It's just a cop-out. It is a cop-out. And then, of course, Senator Lutchmedial goes on to do, as I say, lawyer down the thing. You always go into these very, very esoteric legal arguments about why this public policy position is not good. And you talk about Barry Francis, you talk about Suraj, you talk about Surat, you talk about everybody. But let's deal with the public policy position. This is not rocket science, you know. This is simply creating a mechanism, if you see some wrongdoing, say something to someone. That's all this is. And Mr. President, I mean, you go back to primary school days, because in my socialization as I got from being in the age of minority to the age of majority, in your primary school days in the 80s, that was something that was always taught. It was a value that was always taught. If you see something, say something. In the primary school, you would say something to the person in authority. Because the person in authority would not be able to see and appreciate all matters of wrongdoing that goes on in that environment. So when you're sitting down next to your classmate, and your classmate has a little accident, you would say something. If your classmate has bruises or something is wrong and you know it to be wrong, you would say something. Those are the values that we were raised on in the 80s. But then in the 90s, and I would say, I mean, maybe it's a simplistic view, but I would ascribe it to, the influx of perhaps Jamaican culture and this dancehall music. Informer fi dead, spy fi die, snitches get stitches. And then it all became unfashionable to speak out against wrong things in society. And the persons who profited from the wrongdoing, they were, of course, allowed to flourish. We heard from Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts is a very, very bold senator. I don't know if you have to admire it or you have to chastise it. Because Senator Roberts, he spoke about leadership, Spoke about leadership. Senator Roberts led one of the most corrupt and criminal programs that we have ever seen here in government. He was at the helm.
46. 46. How we can say something like that?
Leave him, let him talk. So, Minister, just be careful with the phraseology that you're using.
And he said, and the Honorable Senator, he came flashing this audit report, and what he wouldn't tell you is that the audit report identified the criminality and the corruption. And what he wouldn't tell you as well is that in breach of proper procedure, in breach of the rules of natural justice, the member for Karmaria came and laid the report without giving the Honorable Senator a chance to respond to the allegations made within the report. And then
46.6, the Honorable Minister, my name is not in any report, so let him call himself. Yeah.
No, all right, Senator, okay. 46.6, understood. So again, Minister, as you're making your point and you're responding to something raised on the Senator Roberts, you do have the right of reply to respond to something brought into the debate. In the course of the debate, I'll allow you to do so, but just navigate it a little bit more carefully.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I'm responding to the Honorable Senator. It is not that the Honorable Senator was exculpated in any way. It was simply an error in process.
46.6, the Honorable Senator on this side was not mentioned at any point in that report, only public servants, and that has been quashed.
Okay, Senator, okay, Senator, have a seat. Have a seat, Senator. Members. Senator Gopi Singh. So you raise your point of order. You have a brief explanation. It's not a debate when you're raising your point of order. So again, I have ruled on that point of order. Minister, like I said, continue.
Honorable President, I will move on from that point, but I have some further points a little way down in the presentation that would address the real issue in live sport as it pertains to the bill before us. And we'll come to that. Now, Senator Mark says that anonymous whistleblowers are protected and anonymous disclosures are protected. In complete contrast to what Senator Bisramsingh went on to speak about anonymous whistleblowers. Because Senator Mark was decrying that anonymous whistleblowers would be protected, and how could you allow this sort of thing to flourish and people defame other people and so on. But yet Senator Bisram was lauding how important anonymous whistleblowing can be. I don't understand the contrast. And then Senator Mark spoke about, well, we must bring Mr. McIntyre, SC, here to give testimony and evidence to corroborate what the AG said. And this is the same Senator Mark. Why would we need to bring Mr. McIntyre, Senior Counsel, here to corroborate? This is the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. He is attorney. Well, listen.
To that remark coming from Senator.
No, members, I'm on my legs. Senator Mark, be careful of your outbursts. That particular outburst is not allowed, as you're well aware. Continue, Minister.
And as he says the word, I am reminded of a time when the Honorable Senator, as he then was, Speaker of the House, came into the Parliament waving a paper to claim that the judiciary told him something and stymied a whole debate. And that was proven to be untruthful. That was proven to be untruthful. So I don't understand why the entire Parliament accepted what you said in your waving, which came to be known as untrue, and we can't accept what the Honorable Attorney General of this country says, Senior Counsel as he is, not self-appointed. And Senator Gopi Singh. Jurisdictions are changing, and well, Mr. President, I don't even know if Senator Gopi Singh read the bill, because he went on to talk about a lot of things that were proven by my honorable colleague, Senator Hislop, to be untrue. He didn't understand that improper conduct was defined. I mean, I don't know if he read the bill. But in those jurisdictions that are now amending, well, the fact is that those jurisdictions do have whistleblower protection legislation. That is the fact. And we needed here too to deal with a culture where corruption and criminal activity is allowed to flourish. Senator Gopi Singh also said that nothing has been mentioned in the bill about disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act, when in fact, Clause 23 makes it an offense that anybody who contravenes the secrecy and the confidentiality of these disclosures will be penalized upon summary conditional to a fine of $600,000 and imprisonment for 2 years. Totally ignoring that. Of course, you cannot get the information under a Freedom of Information request. That is clear. And there is a contradiction. There is a very stark contradiction, Mr. President. Because they're utilizing all sorts of arguments, esoteric and weak and very meaningless, to argue why this should not be made law, or why this particular piece of legislation is bad law. But the United National Congress, when in government, They brought two pieces of legislation, important pieces of legislation, the Integrity in Public Life Act, and this talk about watering down and guttering the public procurement legislation. You know, in those both pieces of legislation, Mr. President, there are provisions in there to allow for whistleblowing. As a matter of fact, if you go on the OPR's website now, and I hear the talk, Senator Teemal was talking about whether these things will be allowed to be done electronically. There is a whole portal on the OPR's website that allows for the electronic submission of complaints. And the UNC brought that. We talk about gutting the legislation. But there still is that provision that allows for whistleblowing. And Mr. President, why would a sitting government who needs to protect its integrity and who needs to protect its chances into the next election, why does a sitting government bring this legislation to the Parliament 3 times? 3 times, unafraid of the reporting of any whistleblower improper conduct on ourselves. Why would we do that? The public listening, they're not stupid, you know, they're not fools, and they're not fooled by the UNC. We are bringing this. We are exposing ourselves in a very transparent manner, and we are saying, we lead from the front, we must be held accountable, the executive must be held accountable, civil service must be held accountable, Trinidad and Tobago, we must hold ourselves accountable. And we are leading from the front, and we are arguing that. And the United National Congress, they are opposing that. Why should we have one designated authority? Ridiculous argument. Of course, it increases the risk. It's a risky proposition. Why would you have one designated authority? Where, if that designated authority is infected by this corruption virus, you shatter the entire system. But here's the best one, and of course this is part of the fear-mongering, because you're trying to say a company must now employ whistleblowing officers. Nothing could be further from the truth. There are some companies that are so small that it would be natural, or some organizations that are so small that it would be natural, that you go to make an external disclosure and you go to a designated authority. But in other companies, what you do is to appoint. You don't need to hire any person and put them inside of there and call them a whistleblowing reporting officer and pay them money for a whistleblowing reporting officer and increase your costs as it relates to your human resources. You don't have to do that. You have to appoint one person, and by analogy, every company, there must be someone in that company who is responsible for receiving a grievance from an employee. There is somebody in that company for receiving a complaint of misconduct and asking that someone be disciplined. Or there is somebody in that company so appointed to treat with the discipline of employees in a company. By analogy, it's the same thing. What you do is that you appoint someone as the whistleblowing reporting officer. You, and most likely, in terms of in understanding organizations, it will be somebody in the HR department. Maybe somebody in the HR department or somebody in your legal department, if you have a legal department. And that person will be the designated person to receive whistleblowing reports. That person will be the one to receive whistleblowing reports. And Senator Mark knows this. Senator Mark is a person who is, well, he holds himself out as being someone who understands industrial relations. So we have the Industrial Relations Act and we have the law with respect to discipline and with respect to grievances. We don't have to hire somebody who is an expert or somebody who is an industrial relations officer in a company. You simply have to appoint someone. And that someone will be guided, as is the person who is charged with receiving grievances, the person who is charged with the discipline and maintaining discipline in the company. That person would receive guidance documents as to how you treat with a complaint of discipline, with how you deal with grievances in a company. And those guidance documents are all over. The ECA, the association that is in charge of employers, they put those things out all the time. So that's flatly incorrect. Senator Bisramsingh, I don't want to be too unkind. But coming from you, I did feel the need to go and look up the word anonymous to see what it meant. Ordinarily, I don't need to because I know what that word means. But because the argument came from my learned colleague, I second-guessed myself. So I looked at the word anonymous. Senator Bisram, anonymous disclosures. Bisramsingh, I'm sorry. Anonymous persons who make disclosures can't be protected because, as the word suggests, they're simply not known. They're not known. How are you going to protect somebody who you do not know? And then you asked about what do you do when confidentiality is breached. And of course, we go back to clause 23, creates the offense of breaching confidentiality. There's no risk to the breach of confidentiality when it's an anonymous person, of course, but there is a specific way in which you treat anonymous disclosures to prevent defamation and those types of injuries coming to the persons who are so reported as being involved in wrongdoing. And I have the note here, section 28(1)(a) specifies that certain regulations are to be created for the processing of disclosures and other information collected under this act. So it's there. We have to create the regulations that guide the procedure of this legal framework. We have to do it. The regulations and what the regulations must treat with, they are all there. So, Mr. President, I don't want to belabor this point because we have traversed almost every clause. I don't want to belabor the point. We want to get on quickly because the faster we approve this bill, the faster we can treat with changing the culture in Trinidad and Tobago. But there are some cases in the public domain that we can touch on to show how, if this particular piece of legislation was in place at the time, things could have gone differently. So we deal with live sport. Of course, I indicated it was a criminal, corrupt program that Senator Roberts led. But if this legislation was in place, there is a person, Mr. President, called Ruth Marchand. And that is how it is now relevant to the debate. Because this debate is dealing with the protection of whistleblowers. If I have to remind you, Mr. President, Ruth Marchand was a whistleblower in this particular program. She came into prominence by the act of her public whistleblowing, and she also came when her bodyguard was killed. All a part of this life sport program. But if this legislation was in place, Ruth Marchand would not have to beat a hasty retreat from Trinidad and Tobago and go into some type of witness protection. Because had she been allowed to make a disclosure, and that disclosure become protected, her name would have been protected. The disclosure would have been protected and investigated. She would have been protected from detrimental action under Section 17. There would have been a clear and identified process. And you know, if this Ruth Marchand was incorrect, the matter would have been investigated. There would have been a response to the investigation, and perhaps Senator Roberts would have not had to resign. Perhaps. Between Senator Roberts and Senator Naked, they always promote this live sport program still. And perhaps, if this legislation was in place, maybe the live sport program would have been, if we are to believe them. But if they don't want to take it from me, I want to quote from a Daily Express article, statement by PM Kamla Prasad Bisesa on resignation of Anil Roberts, July 30th, 2014. It's not me, you know. Here's what the Honorable PM said on the resignation of Anil Roberts. I continue to be disillusioned, disappointed, and distressed by the level of deception and dishonesty associated with the well-intentioned live sport program. The background is well known. At the hint of corrupt practices, I immediately ordered that the initiative be switched to the Ministry of National Security and instructed an independent audit be conducted. After the findings of this audit were made available, I instructed that the report be sent to the Acting Commissioner of Police, the Integrity Commission, and the head of the Public Service and the DPP for consideration. And why would they send something to the Integrity Commission? Who else in the live sport program would have been under the Integrity in Public Life Act?
Good question. Good question.
And in the penultimate, because I don't want to read out the entire thing, in the penultimate paragraph, consequently, consequent on all the things that I've just said about the hint of corrupt practices and disappointment and disillusionment and deception and dishonesty, consequently, I've decided to accept the offer of resignation as Minister of Sport from Mr. Anil Roberts. Mr. President, I don't want to talk about Kumuto Manzanilla. We have all traversed Kumuto Manzanilla. Mr. President, I'm being disturbed.
Continue.
I don't want to talk too much about the member for Kamuto-Manzanar. I think he is a courageous member. He broke with the whip. But suffice it to say, the member from Kamuto-Manzanar would not have felt the urge, the moral urge, the impelling urge to break with the whip, to vote against the party's vote, to vote against the party in the whistleblower protection legislation if there was a proper framework in the Sangre Grande Municipal Regional Corporation to treat with the allegations of corruption in there. The member for Kamuto-Manzanar is a representative of people. And when the people come to him and he is powerless because of the local services that are supposed to be delivered and that are not being delivered because of corrupt practices in the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, then he felt impelled to vote in favor of this legislation. But the point is, if there was a framework in place, perhaps it would not have been necessary. There's another case. Well, maybe I should get to this one first. There's another case, and that is the case of, I don't know if you recall, Mr. President, Stacey Roopnarine and the matter of corruption in the Europe exchange. Whistleblowing as well. In this case, the junior minister in the Ministry of Works sent a complaint of improper conduct against her boss, Minister of Works, Mr. Surajratan Rambachan at the time, sent that to the Prime Minister. Said, listen here, Madam Prime Minister, I feel impelled, I need to report this to you. There is some improper conduct going on here where the minister is getting involved and is corruptly influencing the award of a contract on the Europe interchange. And I feel that it is wrong, and I feel that you should investigate it. Mr. President, you know that piece of correspondence ended up in the newspaper? In the newspaper? Now, if we had an appropriate framework, it would not have ended up in the newspaper. There would have been a proper internal procedure, or using the external procedure, to complain about this thing. Because in the end, the Honorable Prime Minister said she investigated, claims unfounded. The junior minister said, I accept what the Prime Minister said, claims unfounded. We know better, because the same Europe interchange that they were trying to award for $500 million, under this Minister of Works, we did the same exchange for $275 million. So we know that they were not unfounded. The original complaint was, Minister is trying to influence the award, significant award to a particular favored contractor. Mr. President, you know, since 2015, we have not heard from that minister again. This minister not only lost her job, the minister also lost her seat.
Where was the protection?
And Mr. President.
Senator Roberts. No. You cannot be shouting across the floor at the minister. Please allow him to make his contribution. Minister.
President, for your protection from the from the Member of Parliament, from the
Senator.
From the Honorable Senator Roberts. Yeah, the minister lost her job, lost her seat, and the way the minister coming around within the PNM, she probably lost her party card too. Suffice it to say that if the whistleblower legislation was in place, that would not have happened to young Stacey Rupner-Rhyme. And lastly, well, not so much lastly, but lastly, I wish to remind you of Solicitor General Eleanor Donaldson Honeywell. Because this particular piece of whistleblowing activity, the Honorable Prime Minister treated it in a much differently than treated the live sport whistleblowing activity. So in this case, you have a Solicitor General, a sitting Solicitor General, and I would not mention her name anymore because she sits in a different place. But you have a sitting Solicitor General who felt the need to report an unholy conspiracy between certain lawyers, prisoners, persons involved in prison administration, and lawyers and actors on behalf of the state. I think it was the Samburi case that evidenced that whole unholy conspiracy, where there was a conspiracy to defraud the state, and they defrauded the state. Significant damages by just cutting and pasting all sorts of things and just creating new and new and new. So, Mr. President, the Solicitor General wrote a letter.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. The Solicitor General wrote a letter to the Honorable Prime Minister, as she then was, member for Saparia. Said, Honorable Prime Minister, listen, there's an unholy conspiracy inside of here. We are being defrauded of millions of dollars, millions of state taxpayer dollars. I believe that you should investigate this matter. In complete contrast to how the Prime Minister dealt with live sport and Senator Roberts, where the Honorable Prime Minister, in that case, sent it to the Independent Central Audit Committee and to the Ministry of National Security. In this case, the Prime Minister sent the complaint back to the Solicitor General's boss, Attorney General Anand Ramlogan. Without a sense of occasion, without considering, well, why would the Solicitor General leapfrog the AG and come directly to me?
46(1), while it's entertaining, what clause, what part of the bill? You weren't here only, so
1 second. So, again, the Minister is wrapping up, and he is responding by way of using very same examples that were brought forward into debate before to make his point in rebuttal thereof. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Roberts, I'm identifying what an appropriate whistleblowing protection framework would have ameliorated with these cases, these corrupt cases in the past. So the Honorable Prime Minister, as she then was, sent the matter for the AG to investigate. Well, what happened? Solicitor General resigned, and the investigation was never allowed to take place because members of the stakeholder group who were invited to be a part of the investigation said, hey, we were not part of that. Listen here, Prime Minister, don't you see that the Solicitor General leapfrogged the Attorney General to go to you? It was in the expectation that you then submitted to an independent investigating body to treat with the matter. So the Prison Association people said, no, we want no part of that. No investigation. Solicitor General resigned. She is in a better place than she was under the UNC. So these things would have been ameliorated had we had appropriate whistleblower legislation in place. And of course, just to touch on the case of the whistleblower in the private sector, I think we had a recent one where there was a complaint of bizarre rituals and the best of the healing properties. You need some white light. You need some white light. And the improper use of scarce foreign exchange. And in that case, I think in reading the facts, the whistleblower here, Pariso Potter, I believe it was, Pariso Potter, she was frustrated by the time it was taking to be responded to in respect of her complaints. And that it was. And with this whistleblower legislation, all of these things will be ameliorated. Mr. President, I see that you are wishing to leave your sedentary position. So all I would say is, I commend this whistleblower bill to the House. It is for the best of Trinidad. It is to change the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. It is in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And with those few words, I thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I have sat here over the past 2 days, Mr. President, and in particular, as I have listened to the members of the independent bench of this Senate, I found myself reflecting on the wisdom of the Roman times and the concept of the Senate, which involves an assembly of wise men and women. And I want to say thank you to the independent senators for the contributions which they have made, every one of them. Senator Vera, Senator Thompson-Ahi, Senator Maharaj, Senator Dillon-Remy, Senator Teemal. Because we have had, on a very important piece of legislation, bill that we ask to pass into its maturity as legislation, we have had very balanced, thoughtful, wise commentary, all of which I take on board as Attorney General and advisor to the government. As we go forward with this legislation, I expect that much of what the independent senators have contributed will inform very materially, in particular, the regulations which are to be built out under Section 28, Clause 28 of the bill before this House. So I thank the independent senators for their contributions. I'm not going to belabor the point. We have had erudite submissions, and I think they have been very clear, pellucid, and at the risk of seeming to do a disservice to them, I will not spend an undue time. I also wish to thank the members on the government side, Senators Cox, Hislop, Lezama-Lee, London, for equally their very mature reflections on this very important piece of legislation. Bill. I've listened to the opposition senators, and as I have tended to do so often in my time in this hallowed place, I regret the fact that as wise as the Roman senators were, there are exceptions to every rule. I acknowledge the comments of Senator Bisramsingh because I accept that while at the end of the day she delivered certain criticisms of the bill, there was an encouraging, reflective contribution from her, which I also intend to take under full consideration.
What?
That, of course, being the single exception with respect to the opposition bench. Mr. President, I've reflected on a lot of the discussion that has taken place on the need for a simple as opposed to a special majority for this bill. And I just want to share with the Senate, this August chamber, a couple of remarks from my experience as a constitutional lawyer. The concept of constitution is something which we inherited from our colonial masters, the United Kingdom. They have an unwritten constitution. And the jurists and the parliamentarians who promote, apply, and regulate the application of that constitution, through their maturity and their wisdom, have respected the fact that a constitution is a very different instrument, whether unwritten or written, because what it does is it regulates the lives of citizens for the present with a good, candid look on the past and into the future. It is impossible to write on a piece of instrument or to lay down unwritten codes that in that context, as a constitution which looks to the future, can ever be static. It must be an evolutionary guideline by which societies regulate themselves. That is the essence of a constitution. It is what makes a constitution different from ordinary legislation, which seeks to deal with a particular matter at a particular point in time. So the English, when they came, the British judges of the Privy Council, and we can go back in my student days, and those of us who are lawyers, Senator Vera will recall the case of Fisher and the Minister of Home Affairs out of Bermuda. It was a constitutional question involving a case involving a child, and in relation to the written constitution of Bermuda. The Privy Council developed in articulate terms, perhaps or not for the first time, the expression, the living instrument. And that was a term that the English jurists, out of their experience of an unwritten constitution, which is an evolutionary thesis of order in our lives, applied the concept of the living instrument to that unique instrument that we have inherited out of Westminster, the written constitution. And what Fisher laid down was a principle of construction that when you come to look at a written constitution, you have to respect the ethos and the origin of constitutional government, because that constitution must always have the capacity to speak of the present, to have its roots in the past, but to look to the future. In other words, it must live. And it must live by being in touch with the society under whose rules the society is to be governed. It cannot hold the society prison in one point in time, because the society has to grow, it has to live, it has to change with its evolution and its time. And that concept of the living instrument continues to this day, Mr. President, to be applied as what is known as the purposive rule of construction that is applied by all judges to our written constitutions in the Caribbean. In this case, the written constitution of the proud Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Brilliant.
We have, Mr. President, under Section 53 of our Constitution, the mandate that the government, the Parliament, is to pass laws for the peace, order, and good government of the citizens of this country. And the Parliament, by the Constitution, is the preeminent legislative authority under our written Constitution, applying the purposive construction which is charged always maturely out of balanced discussions such as we've had from the independent bench in particular and from the government side over the last 2 days, to assess a particular situation at hand. In this case, crime, the fear of reprisal, the retaliatory impact of criminals and potential criminals who will not allow whistleblowers to reveal the sully that lies beneath the surface and hides from daylight. So the Parliament, in passing laws for the peace, order, and good government of this country, has to apply the concept to the constitutional discharge of their functions, that they are making laws as part of a living instrument for the future. And that is where we came to the Suraj decision. And I commend that Suraj decision, and I'm very proud of it because I actually happen to represent the Attorney General in the High Court and in the Court of Appeal. It went to the Privy Council. I was not part of that team, but I understand how that case developed. And I commend it as necessary reading for all of us in this Parliament, and even for some of the lawyers who purport to speak law. I would recommend it, in point of fact, for Senator Tim Gopi Singh. I would not dare, and I have no doubt he would criticize me, if I purported to give him a lecture on obstetrics and gynecology, as he purports so often to give us lectures on the law. So I commend to Senator Gopi Singh that he should sit down and read Suraj, or Senator Mark, or Senator Lutchmedial, who dismisses that judgment. The textbooks are going to write about that judgment. The constitutional law textbooks are going to write about that judgment for the next 100 years. Mark my words. And it's come from the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Privy Council in that decision was affirming dictum of the Court of Appeal of this country, our judges. And Mr. President, when we come to Suraj and we ask ourselves the question, how do we approach passing the law that is the whistleblower bill? And do we need a simple majority or a special majority? How do we apply this 2022 judgment that was delivered in June of 2022, 8 years after the first iteration of this bill went into Joint Select Committee? I will read, with your leave, Mr. President, only 3 passages of the judgment of Suraj, if I may. Only 3 passages, Mr. President. Paragraph 67. Section 1(1) of the Constitution declares that Trinidad and Tobago is a sovereign democratic state. Accordingly, Parliament is established as the body with authority to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the country. Section 53. As the majority judgment correctly pointed out in Francis being this Court of Appeal, Mr. President, interpreting the rights in Section 4 subject to an implied proportionality qualification means the effect can be given to Section 53 in circumstances in which a supermajority in each House is not always attainable. Paragraph 68. A very large part of ordinary legislation passed by Parliament for good reasons of the public interest. And what is the public interest that we are concerned with here? If I may just digress for a moment. We are concerned with the public interest of passing laws for the peace, order, and good government of this country to safeguard the citizens of this country from the scourge of crime, to regulate a process by which persons who apprehend that crimes are about to be committed or acts or misdeeds are about to be committed can feel confident to make a report of that fact and to be protected from retaliation. So if I continue with Suraj. A very large part of ordinary legislation passed by Parliament for good reasons of the public interest must inevitably interfere with or operate as restrictions on those rights. In the board's view, it is not plausible to suppose, and here we are talking about the living instrument, it is not plausible to suppose that the framers of the 1962 Constitution and the current Constitution intended to disable Parliament from taking ordinary legislative action in the public interest. The natural solution to accommodate the inevitable friction which always exists between fundamental human rights and democratic decision-making in a constitutional liberal democracy like Trinidad and Tobago is that conventionally adopted so often in such states, namely to require that interference with such rights should be permitted in the public interest, but only if the interference is proportionate to a legitimate aim. And if I may read one further paragraph out of Suraj, Mr. President, with your leave. Paragraph 81. Since the rights in Section 4 have to be read as limited or qualified rights, not absolute rights, as explained above, and acknowledged in the Thornhill case, another Trinidad and Tobago Court of Appeal decision. Thornhill. I studied it when I was at law school in the 1980s. They have to be capable of carrying the relevant qualification with them as they develop according to the living instrument doctrine. The nature of the Constitution as a living instrument therefore indicates that a more general form of qualification must have been intended and points to the proportionality qualification set out in Surat, another Trinidad and Tobago case. Furthermore, the fact that the rights are liable to change in ways which have new and wider effects on government activity, which itself adapts as society develops, we're talking here about the living instrument, which itself adapts as society develops, means that the scope for friction between the fundamental rights of individuals and the general interests of the community, referred to in paragraph 68 above, is likely to increase, which still gives greater force to the point made there. This reinforces the inference that it must have been intended that the rights in Section 4 being the fundamental rights provision, should incorporate a mechanism to strike a fair balance between those rights and the public interest. The proportionality qualification identified in Surat is the appropriate mechanism for that purpose. The short point there being, Mr. President, that when we come to look at the bill before us today, we ask ourselves the question, what is the legitimate aim? The legitimate aim is to provide a regulatory framework to protect whistleblowers who can unearth criminal or other activity that is inimical to the fabric of this society, crime, corruption. And that being the legitimate aim that the bill is intended to achieve, you have to look to see what are the mechanisms within that bill that strike the appropriate balance so that rights which are impacted, fundamental rights to privacy, and Senator Vera made the point that the fundamental right to privacy, yes, it is impacted, but it has to be balanced against the fact that that right to privacy must back away from the greater interest of allowing persons to disclose misdeeds and therefore cannot trump the right of the whistleblower to give his story. And there is case law that makes it clear that in this case, the right to private life, which is guaranteed under our Constitution, That is what is guaranteed under our Constitution. The right to private life cannot be used to trump an institution which is operating corruptly, and that institution saying, I, as an institution, am entitled to privacy, and therefore my rights have been impacted by the whistleblower spilling the beans on me. So you have to look at the facts as they develop, and you have to apply the Constitution as a living instrument. And that, Mr. President, is the reason why, with the passage and the delivery of the judgment in Suraj in June of 2022, the language of the three bills that started in 2015 and had their second iteration in 2016, in 2018, and come here in 2024 as a 2022 bill, did not have to be rewritten fundamentally because the law had moved on as a living instrument. So the suggestions that come from those who regard themselves as learned lawyers, that because the bills were drafted in 2016 and there has been no substantial modification, Suraj cannot apply, is to fail to understand the law.
Oh, what an indictment.
May I say, in answer to criticisms which have been made of me, that as the client, I take advice. And I respect the right of lawyers who give me advice as a client to the client-lawyer confidentiality. And that is why I am not about to share any opinions that I get from eminent silk for them to be bandied about and made little of. But I will say this because I asked his permission. I asked the external silk whether I was allowed, because I wasn't going to put his name into the public domain for some of us here to hang his name from the rooftops, doing a disservice for him. One of our most eminent constitutional lawyers who provided the external opinion with which Chief Parliamentary Counsel Mr. McIntyre agreed and then proposed Section 28 is Mr. Douglas Mendez, who has lectured some of us in this chamber and has lectured for 20 years on constitutional law and is Trinidad and Tobago's, perhaps Trinidad and Tobago's foremost constitutional lawyer. I say no more. And I'm not sharing his opinion. Mr. President, I will say a few more words only. This piece of legislation, this bill, is a work in progress. It has been on the books since 2015. It returned in 2016. It returned in 2018. It returned in 2022, and we are debating it now. It is time we make it law.
Absolutely.
I acknowledge that it is a work in progress. We have regulations to build out, and Section 28, subsection 2, gives the commitment, once this bill becomes law, that we will come back to this honorable chamber for consultation on the regulations we are going to build out. And a significant percentage of the contributions which have been made in this chamber and in the other place will be taken into consideration in the drafting of the regulations to give flesh and bones to the protection and the sanctity that the whistleblowers are entitled to. So, Mr. President, without spending too much more time unduly, I ask this honorable chamber to embrace with both arms the opportunity to put this bill on the statute books. Let us make it law. No piece of legislation will ever be perfect. As our society evolves and as we apply the living instrument doctrine, we will improve it and we will bring it back here if necessary for amendment. But let us pass this bill into law. And with those few words, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by Encouraging and Facilitating Disclosures of Improper Conduct in the Public and Private Sector, to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected herewith, or therewith.
Mr. President, thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into a committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Okay, so honourable senators, this bill has 28 clauses in it. We have one new clause 29 proposed by Senator Thompson IE. I'm assuming that everyone has a copy of that, and that being the case, I will now ask the clerk to begin.
Clauses 1 to 28.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 to 28 stand part of the bill.
Chair, I know we haven't put in any amendments, but I just wanted to get it on the record. I have a question I would like to ask the Attorney General.
Is it pertaining to a particular clause or just a question?
No, it pertains to clause 4.
Okay, but you're not proposing amendment, it's just
No.
clarification. Okay, go ahead.
So, thank you. Now, Attorney General, I know that there is a presumption against retrospective operation of a statute. And that is why Clause 4 very clearly provides that the Act will apply to disclosures made before it's coming into force. And I note we're only talking about disclosures. We're not talking about any sort of new duties or penalties. It's not going to impair any existing rights or obligations. But what's the thinking behind this Clause 4? Why the need to cover disclosures made prior to the legislation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The thinking is, particularly given the object of this Act and dealing with the fact that there are realities, existing realities, that we can't prescribe as the Act comes into force, to allow the material to come in, and it will be assessed on its merits within the regulatory control of the legislation when passed into law, whether existing before or after the coming into effect. But it will be appropriately balanced out through the processes provided for in this bill.
Honourable Senators, The question is that clauses 1 to 28 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 to 28 now stands part of the bill.
New clause 29.
Honourable Senators, the question is that new clause 29 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Let's try that again. Honourable Senators, the question is that new clause 29 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. New clause 29 will not be read a second time. Senator Thompson, just to explain, because I see the confusion on your face. It's a new clause 29, which doesn't form part of the original bill, and therefore needed to be read a second time. If it's not to be read a second time, as per the question just put, which was negativized, well, then it doesn't form part of any amendment or debate thereof.
The schedule.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the schedule now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to report that the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No division.
Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Armour, SC?
Yes.
Ms. Gopi Schoon?
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. West?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Dr. Ibrahim?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisramsingh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Sukai?
Yes.
Mrs. Lezama-Lee Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Hislop?
Yes.
Ms. London?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
No.
Ms. John?
No.
Mrs. Lutchmedial-Ramdial?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh?
No.
Ms. Bisramsingh?
No.
Ms. Bisramsingh? Ms. Bisramsingh?
Senators. Let me just remind you that we are in a very important process. So can we have silence? Again, members, I remind you in relation to phones going off, what is required, but because we are going through a division, we cannot follow through on that. So just make sure your phone is silent. Again, clerk, could you recall the last person that you called to make sure you get the recorded answer?
Ms. Bisramsingh?
No.
Dr. Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Vieira, SC?
Yes.
Mr. Teemal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Aye?
Yes.
Professor Hutchinson?
Yes.
Dr. Patisa?
Yes.
Ms. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Francis?
Yes.
Mr. President, the result of the division is as follows. 23 senators voted for, 6 senators voted against, and no senators abstained.
Honorable Senators, the results of the division is as follows. 23 senators voted for, 6 senators voted against, and there were 0 abstentions. As such, the bill will now be read a third time and passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by Encouraging and Facilitating Disclosures of Improper Conduct in the Public and Private Sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, July 4th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for 2 matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the matter on the motion for the adjournment is calling on the government to explain its recent nominations of 2 directors to the board of One Caribbean Media, known as OCM, and its impact on freedom of the press. Now, Mr. President, as you know, under Section 4K of our Constitution, there is the freedom of the press entrenched in our Constitution. And therefore, we are a bit concerned as the alternative government as to what we read in the Trinidad Express dated Monday the 17th of June 2024 on page 18 and 19 respectively, where the Trinidad Express, through its parent company, OCM, has indicated that an annual general meeting is scheduled for July the 11th at 10 a.m. in Port of Spain. And one of the items for discussion is the appointment of 2 nominations submitted by the government for directorship. The OCM board has indicated in this release, this publication, the 2 directors that the PNM is seeking to impose on the OCM board, which is an independent, privately owned media company,
are as follows. One, Mr. Dale McLeod. He is an insurance agent with Guardian Life, and he has his own agency. The company is saying they have no problem with Mr. McLeod. The United National Congress has problems with Mr. Dale McLeod, and we will indicate why. And the second nominee is one Mr. Shaka Subero, the son of a former journalist attached to the Express called Keith Subero, who is currently working out of the office of the Prime Minister at White House, or Whitehall rather. Now, Mr. President, we do have some concern. And what is our concern essentially? We would like the government to explain its policy position on this decision. And why, Mr. President? What the government has done using the collapse of CLICO to get back all its money, $20 billion, they have bought into OCM, which was initially not controlled, but CLICO had 23% shares in the OCM group, and they therefore had directors on the board of OCM. What has happened is the government has floated something called NIF, the National Investment Fund, which is a state-owned 100% company under the control of Corporation Sole, Minister of Finance. And because of that 100% ownership of the 23% by NIF, the government has approached OCM seeking to have 2 politically appointed directors placed on the OCM board. Now, the question here, no problem if these people did not have a political background. When we look at the CVs of the both gentlemen, which I have before me, Mr. McLeod, who comes across innocently, Dale McLeod, when I go through his own webpage on Facebook, I'm reading where in 2018, 2019, and 2020, this man is boasting. He's boasting that he, Mr. President, has been distributing vouchers for groceries for families in the constituency of Degomatin Northeast. He is also boasting that he is giving out vouchers for books for kids, which I have no problem with. But you know what is the issue, Mr. President? Not that. The issue is that he is doing that on behalf of his agency, and the person who's enjoying the benefits is the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Karunaa. But have it here in black and white. You want me to read it? I have the information here, Mr. President, where the Minister of Finance is the person who is directly benefiting through his constituents.
Mr. President, Standing Order 46-6.
Yes, so Senator Mark, you may want to rephrase that statement. It could be misconstrued as imputation
of
improper
well,
motives.
Mr. President, all I can tell you, I have the evidence here and I can circulate it to you, where, for instance, the Minister of Finance is in pictures, posing in pictures with this gentleman. I have it here, but I know I can't show it because you wouldn't like me to show it.
I understand that, Senator Mark, but even so, just be careful about how you're phrasing that statement.
So the first reservation we have here is the Minister of the government who owns 23% through NIF, and the Minister of Finance is Corporation Sole, seems, Mr. President, to have a relationship with Dale McLeod. And then on the other hand, you have something called Shaka Suberu, whose father is a known PNM operative. Known PNM operative. Right, Keith Suberu, operating out of the Prime Minister's office. And Mr. President, when we look at this gentleman's CV, Mr. Suberu, Shaka that is, we see where he had an illustrious career in being, for instance, director, advisor. He was a director of TTT. He was an advisor to the Minister of Agriculture. He is a competitor working for Digicel, which is in complete competition with the OCM group that is in the area of media. So this man is conflicted. So the government must explain to the country and to the parliament why is it trying to put two directors on the board of OCM. Are you seeking to influence the editorial policy of the OCM? Are you trying to influence the Trinidad Express? Are you trying to influence I-95.5 and the sister station?
Senator, you have one more minute.
Yeah. Are you seeking to influence the group CCN, which is the television station TV6? The reason why we have raised this, Mr. President, we are calling on the government to remove its filthy hands of the press. Remove your hands off the press. We are committed to the freedom of the press. The United National Congress is committed to the freedom of the press. And we call on the government to withdraw these two nominees that are politically influenced, that are politically associated, that are PNM agents, that are seeking to infiltrate the board of OCM, and we don't know, Mr. President, if they are fronting for another conglomerate to get in there to get confidential and private information. We don't know. So this is a very serious matter that is impacting on press freedom in this country, and we call on Dr. Rowley, who is the Prime Minister and who heads the cabinet and who is behind. He must know about this decision, Mr. President. And we call on the Prime Minister to withdraw these nominees.
Senator Mark, time is up. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now back to reality. At the outset, it must be made clear that this has nothing to do with the freedom of the press. It is public knowledge that as part of the repayment of the $30 billion spent by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on what is commonly called the CLICO bailout, which involved not only relief to persons with short-term investment products at Colonial Life Insurance Company, but also involved a bailout of CLICO Investment Bank, British American Insurance Company, CL Financial, and several other liabilities of the CLF Group. The government in July of 2018 acquired 15,286,000 shares in One Caribbean Media, or OCM, valued at $183,431,000, or $183.4 million, equivalent to 23% of OCM. These shares, along with other shareholdings acquired from CLICO Investment Bank in partial repayment for the CLICO bailout, such as shares in Republic Bank and West Indian Tobacco Company, were transferred to the National Investment Fund Holding Company, a wholly owned state enterprise, to be kept in trust for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. All of the above-mentioned company shares have been used as collateral to underwrite the very successful public NIF bond issues from the National Investment Fund Holding Company over the last 6 years, which have provided the general population with high-quality and safe investments with very generous and attractive rates of return. The value of the various shares owned by the National Investment Fund Holding Company has fluctuated over time, as is expected. But in the case of One Caribbean Media, there has been a precipitous decline in the value of OCM shares since the government acquired ownership of 23% of the company for the benefit of the population in 2018. OCM shares have plummeted over the last 6 years for a value of $12 per share when they were acquired in July 2018 to a value of $3.68 on July 1st, 2024, a decline of $8.32 per share, or 69.3%. This has reduced the government's asset value held in OCM shares and, by extension, the National Investment Company and the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago by $127.2 million. The government, as the largest single shareholder of OCM, has not sought to have a presence on the board of the company over the last 6 years, but having seen its shareholding, and by extension the people's shareholding in OCM, reduced in value by over $100 million, with no sign of a recovery in value in the near future under the present board, it is now considered necessary for the largest shareholder in OCM to be present in the corporate decision-making at the company. Contrary to what has been said by Senator Mark, this move by no stretch of the imagination has anything to do with seeking to influence the editorial policy of the various media companies within the OCM group. Instead, this is all about responsible corporate governance, and it would be wrong for any major shareholder of any company incorporated under the Companies Act in Trinidad and Tobago to just sit idly by and watch its assets dissipate and its share value diminish in this way. After all, we are talking about a loss in the value of taxpayers' assets over a 6-year period of $127 million. Indeed, to contradict the assertions made by Senator Mark and to underscore the government's commitment to freedom of the press, in mid-2023, the Minister of Finance, based on a request from the Trinidad Express Newspaper Limited, a company within the OCM group, agreed to request the Exim Bank to provide access to foreign exchange through one of the special windows at the Exim Bank to the Trinidad Express newspaper and other daily newspapers to purchase newsprint. This facility has not been made available to newspapers under any other government. With respect to public statements made by members of the current board of OCM that they do not support and will not support one of the government's nominees to the board of OCM, this public expression of intent is contrary to all known principles of corporate governance. Under Section 71(3) of the Companies Act, shareholders at an annual general meeting at which an election of directors is required elect directors to hold office for terms of up to 3 years. If no term is specified, the directors so elected hold office until the next annual general meeting, that is, for 1 year. However, company directors, unless they are also shareholders or they have been given a proxy, cannot elect directors at an annual general meeting of a company. Shareholders elect directors, not directors. And while it is a common misconception that directors of companies can elect themselves and other directors at an annual meeting, this is simply not the case under the Companies Act of Trinidad and Tobago. Directors, on the other hand, owe a duty to the company, and it is expected that directors will at all times, make every effort to maintain and develop the capital value of a company. In this particular case, the 10 largest shareholders of OCM on record, as stated in its 2023 annual report, are as follows. 1, the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited at 23%. That is 15,285,917 shares. Reben Limited, 8.8% shareholding, 5,826,917 shares. The CCN Group ESOP, 7% holding, 4,627,286 shares. Republic Bank Limited at 4.5% shareholding, 2,993,209 shares. 5, ABK Investments Inc. at 3.6% shareholding, 2,361,000 shares. 6, Brentwood Corporation at 3.1% shareholding, 2,050,000 shares. 7. HH Investments Limited, or 2.9% shareholding, 1,941,398 shares. 8. Atlin Investments Limited, at 2.5% shareholding, 1,660,275 shares. 9. Dr. St. Elmo Thompson, 2.4% shares, 1,615,572 shares. 10. RBC Trust TNT Limited at 2.2% shareholding, 1,476,728 shares. The government through NIF with 23% ownership is therefore by far the largest single shareholder in OCM and stands to lose the most through the serious decline in share value that has occurred over the last 6 years. Further, the present directors of OCM collectively only directly own 0.16% of the shares of OCM, while parties connected to these shareholders hold a total of just 11.9% of the company. 4 of the present directors, namely Fariz Hussain, Chairman, Michael Caballo, Gregory Thompson, and Douglas Wilson, own no shares
Minister,
in
you have
OCM
1 more minute.
and are not connected to any shareholder of OCM. The government wishes to make it clear, therefore, that it is the recovery of the $127 million in the asset value of taxpayers' holdings in OCM that has been lost over the last 6 years that has influenced its decision to have a presence on the board of OCM, and it has no intention whatsoever of seeking to interfere with freedom of the press. To sit idly by and do nothing about this huge loss of share value would be irresponsible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vera.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when it comes to the environmental rule of law, the situation in Trinidad and Tobago strikes me as paradoxical. As the saying goes, it seems to be a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Take, for example, that unlike many countries, on the surface we have everything in place for a robust environmental protection regime. On paper, we look pretty good. Our Environmental Management Act has been around for nearly a quarter century, having commenced in March 2000. We have a specialized environmental court in the Environmental Commission, yet there's a dearth of environmental cases. The government says the right things in respect of our intended nationally determined contributions and plans to reduce carbon emissions, but when unlawful quarrying takes place brazenly with little or no consequence, even when such quarrying makes life for residents in surrounding areas a living hell, and when people are allowed to slash and burn our hills, again with little or no consequence, notwithstanding how it affects our watersheds, quality of air, and flooding during the rainy season, it just seems like lip service. We live in a tropical paradise, but there is no discernible land use plan to guard against so-called farmers, squatters, and even organized crime who damage the environment. The Green Fund, which was established to financially assist organizations and community groups engaged in environmental activities, has billions of dollars. Yet environmentalists complain about difficulties in being able to access funds from it. This country played a leading role in the establishment of the Escazú Agreement. We are one of the original signatories. Yet, just as occurred with the CCJ, where we pushed for a treaty, got it, signed it, even managed to have the court located here, just as with the CCJ, when the time came to operationalize the treaty, we backtracked, failing to ratify the agreement. Now, as many may know, the Escazú Agreement is a groundbreaking legal instrument for environmental protection, which also provides for human rights. The main beneficiaries under the agreement are the people of our region. particularly our most vulnerable groups and communities. Under the agreement, citizens get to participate significantly in making decisions that affect their lives and the environment. The treaty offers strategies for increasing public awareness and empowering citizens to access rights. There are three main components to the treaty: information, participation, and justice for environmental defenders. Now, why does this matter? Even though we don't talk about it much, the fact is that we are in the midst of a climate crisis. Rising sea levels pose a threat, and that's not speculation, because as I speak, countries in the South Pacific have made plans to migrate populations. And while rising sea levels may not affect us as badly as, say, Georgetown or the Bahamas and Cayman Islands and other parts of the Caribbean, it is going to impact our coastlines and low-lying areas. This planet just recorded 12 consecutive months of unprecedented heat, and scientists warn of worse to come. The UN Secretary General warns, and I quote, "We are playing Russian roulette with our planet. We need an exit ramp off the highway to climate hell," end of quote. The heat this year has caused drought in places like Mexico, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It even occasioned Public Utilities Minister Marvin Gonzalez to acknowledge that WASA is facing a serious challenge to maintain supplies in the absence of millions of gallons of water because of current conditions. He warns that climate change will pose a continuing problem to the country's water supply and distribution capabilities. This year's ocean temperatures are off the charts, having broken all records. Barbados, St. Vincent, Carriacou, and Union Island are now counting the cost of damage after having been pummeled by Hurricane Beryl, just as Jamaica and the Cayman Islands are bracing for a direct hit. The climate crisis is real and it is existential. At stake is humanity's future survival. And yet in Trinidad and Tobago, even though our eyes are open, we seem to be asleep. It's time to wake up. We need to develop new plans based on geography, geology, and ecology, not politics. And we need to do so urgently. Preparedness is more than securing our homes and stocking up on essential supplies. Ratifying the Escazú Agreement can help assist in tackling climate change through its mechanisms. Among other things, by ensuring that the public is provided with accessible, timely, and comprehensive information on environmental issues, and that they can meaningfully participate in environmental decision-making processes. By allowing individuals and communities to seek legal recourse where environmental laws are violated. By fostering cooperation among Latin American and other Caribbean countries on environmental matters, essential for addressing transboundary climate issues and sharing best practices and resources. And by encouraging the exchange of knowledge, technology, and capacity building towards effective climate change mitigation and adaptation. Overall, the Escazú Agreement provides a robust framework for ensuring that environmental governance in this country is transparent, inclusive, and accountable. Ratification of the treaty will be a key step forward for environmental conservation in this country. It will help us reduce socio-environmental conflict, and it will strengthen our capacity to tackle climate change effectively and equitably. That is why, in September 2019, over 60 civil society organizations working across Trinidad and Tobago sent an open letter to the Prime Minister calling on government to ratify the Escazú Agreement. We need to prepare ourselves for the possibility of extreme threats in the coming decades. We can no longer permit what we signed in 2018 to remain an empty promise. It's time to ratify the Escazú Treaty. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, Senator Vieira has made a very passionate and detailed case with respect to ratification. The government of Trinidad and Tobago acknowledges the importance of public access to information, fairness, and government accountability, including in the context of the environment and related matters. The Escazú Agreement on the access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean is certainly recognized as an arrangement related to such access and inclusion of the population, and can contribute to citizen empowerment and help safeguard the environment that we cherish. While it is noted that the Escazú Agreement appears to be in alignment with national goals for the promotion of sustainable development and protection of the environment, in giving consideration to ratification, all elements of such agreements have to undergo very careful examination and scrutiny, and will require the Attorney General to give appropriate advice for the Cabinet's consideration. Beyond this assurance, Mr. President, it would be premature for the government of Trinidad and Tobago to make a more definitive statement at this time. The matter will be given very careful consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I wish to give some further notice with respect to the business for tomorrow, if I may proceed. The government intends to debate the Bail Amendment Bill 2024, the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill number 2, 2024, the Miscellaneous Provisions Judicial and Legal Service Bill 2024, provided that these are passed in the House of Representatives this afternoon, and if time permits, the National Instruments Bill, provided that it is passed today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024 at 2 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Thursday, the 4th of June 2024 at 2 p.m.